Thank you for joining the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. My name is Pedro Toledo, and I am serving as vice chair for this session, but also chairing this morning session. And with that, I will start roll call. Ravi, please take roll.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner,
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Here.
Commissioner Yee,
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad,
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
She's coming. She's here.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Anderson,
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Presente.
Commissioner Foranshari,
I am here.
thank you. Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Lamont, Commissioner Sadwani, Commissioner Sanai.
I'm here. You're keeping me on my toes, huh? I'm moving me around.
Commissioner Taylor, and Commissioner Toledo.
Present.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Excellent, thank you. So for today, we're going to start off with the director's reports. And after that, we'll be going into committee reports. And we will be having a closed session at 11:15 and to go over some cybersecurity personnel and PRA issues. So with that, let's start with director's reports. And we will be doing public comment at the end of our meeting today.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. So I will begin by sharing some information about the paper COI. We are in the process of printing the volume for the prisons, for the incarcerated population. We're working on that. We're still trying to work out some details with the U.S. Post Office in regards to the envelopes for the other folks that we'll be sending the copies to. So just wanted to kind of give you an update on that. It hasn't been as we had planned originally that we would be able to get it all done right away. But we are going to get the first batch to the incarcerated folks, which is not going to require the envelopes. And we're working out some of those details as we speak. In regards to some of the logistics for the upcoming weeks in securing a location for the commission meeting next week, that has been taken care of. We're working on additional logistics, and we'll provide the commissioners with information how to, for the location, I should say. We are still working on the San Diego, which would be in November, trying to finalize those details. And we are also going to be bringing on board some additional student assistants. I think I've mentioned it before. We have one student that will be starting on the 11th. That's what I have for now. Are there any questions?
Hearing no questions, let's move on to the community.
Commissioner
Oh, there
Kennedy.
are some hands raised. Sorry, Commissioner Commissioner Kennedy. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Director Hernandez, three things. If you could give me an update. I had requested a copy of the distribution plan, the overall distribution plan for the paper COI forms, the status of all of the transcripts going back to July of last year, and the correspondence with the state archives regarding the 2010 website. Thank you.
Yes, so regarding the distribution plan, I believe I sent an email with the information on what we're doing and how we're doing that. I'll circle back. I tend to start emails, don't always send them out. So I'll look back at that. In regards to the transcript, still working on that. Wanted to update it to have the most current meetings that we've had, and I'll send that out tomorrow at the latest. In regards to the emails that you requested, I just have not had the time to go back and look for those, but I will. It is on my list of things to do for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Kaplan?
I just wanted to highlight, in addition, with the Koi paper tool, that we have also, Freddie has been working on a video that will be going out, that will be playing in the different facilities, and Anne has been working extensively with external stakeholders that also serve populations in the incarcerated populations as well as families, and so they have created some additional messaging and video that with some trusted messengers that will also be played, and are also working on communications on how they can help spread the word to the populations that they serve as well. And the paper tool, I don't know if Freddie's going to highlight this, but the Koi paper tool is also posted on the website, as well as all the non-English ones are also posted as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
I was looking for the button for the mic. This is all exciting, but again, I feel like we're 2 months too late, or even 1 month too late, I should say. And so I would like to get it into the prison facilities. I think that that's really important because there's no other way for them to participate. But I'm wondering, with the library, since it's all being put on hold for I don't know how long, and by the time they get it out and everything else, if it doesn't make better sense to have a nice flyer explaining how they can participate, see the draft maps and participate with the visualizations and the draft maps coming up, and explaining that process a little better, knowing where we are in the process now, and how, what does meaningful participation mean, and do we want to spend that funding to do that versus create a nice flyer and get a nice flyer into the hands of the libraries that they can get out. So I do want to put that out there for my commissioners, to really, where we are, what is the best way to use our partners at the library, because we can't ask them multiple times to do different things, and this is our one opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. With that, let's turn it over to Director Ceja for the communications report. I believe you're on mute, Commissioner Ceja. Director Ceja. I think Director Ceja is having some connectivity issues. How about we'll go to Commissioner or Director Kaplan, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Ceja after the outreach report.
Okay, great. Thank you. If it helps, I'll just share my screen with the report that was posted to walk through that. Which hold on, let me pull this up. So thank you, commissioners. Let me pull this up.
Well,
Okay. So on the outreach report that's listed, I have included the upcoming Drama Ica Community Trainings that are upcoming and that have been finalized. I did discuss with the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee to start tweaking the PowerPoints a little bit more general, to include the 3 different tools that the Commission is now promoting with statewide database, as well as the timeline and our new form that we have on visualization. So to broaden the presentation a little bit more on not just a heavier focus on the Koi tool. And so we'll be updating that to ensure that as staff are presenting, they're clearly going over what the commission is doing now in the process and the ways to participate as well. I also wanted to highlight the input that's in the database. This is as of September 17th, and just also highlighting the visualization feedback that is more real time. And so this was from close of business yesterday for 61 inputs, and I haven't checked this morning on the update. And also just wanted to highlight pulling from from September 17th to October 6th, the additional public input that's not in the database. That was 154. So just highlight what's coming in. I wanted to provide an update on where we're at with appointment requests for the October 21 to 23 public map input sessions. So as of yesterday afternoon and this morning, just a couple more have trickled in. There were 65 requests, and this is the breakdown from small, medium, large to extra large submissions. And also just wanted to provide an update on where we are with the minutes in terms of these requests and what we have agendized for the 3-day meetings. And so it looks like we are still within that time frame. This form closes today at 5 p.m. And so I will work with the subcommittee. The line drawing subcommittee should with the final update, but I believe we should be fine in terms of scheduling folks in for those 3 days. And also just want to highlight that these appointment requests are not a guarantee of appointment. We have a secondary deadline of October 11th where the public has to submit their map and narrative in order to get an appointment given going in a first come first served basis. So looks like we should be able to accommodate everyone that has requested once they have their submissions in. And then I also wanted to go over in a little bit more detail this larger table that was posted. I worked together with the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee to take a look at our strategic outreach goals that the Commission has identified. And the first goal is an activation rate of 0.1% of an area. And so we started to look some more detail now that the database is live on the input that we've been receiving and where it's coming from, not only to inform all of you, but also to help with our outreach team as they're looking at areas to further engage. And so something I really want to highlight is that these are inputs that mention counties. So you'll see the total is much larger than, it's about double than the number of input we've actually received. And so because when many people submit public input, they're highlighting numerous counties, and they're not only just highlighting, group these counties together, they may also be saying we don't want to be grouped with this other county. And so even though this isn't unique to each specific input, I thought it was really helpful, and so did the subcommittee, to just highlight where we are hearing from. And so I'll scroll down and you'll see it's posted online to take a closer look. And I think this is something we can continue to update for you all ongoing, as well as for the staff. And then again, it's broken down by zone. And this is based on the previous table. So you'll see for zone A and B, where someone is maybe highlighting a lot of those counties, it's going to be a little bit higher here. And so I'll try to work with our data team to see if there's a way to do the zone version that's not kind of double counting some of these. But I wanted to take pause if there's any questions on this, and then
So it looks like we have a couple questions.
Yeah. Okay.
And thank you for your work on this and the rest of the outreach staff. With that, let's turn it over to Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I want to echo what Chair Toledo said. Marcy, this is absolutely wonderful. I love this information. It shows that we've made progress, but we also have more work to do. So thank you so much to you and your staff. And then The one thing I just wanted to clarify in the input in the database as of September 17th, the one line that is live meeting, I just want to confirm that that's not only our communities of interest public input meetings, but it's also when we've received comments during our public comment during the other meetings, correct?
I will verify, but we
Okay.
are taking notes on the input that's coming in, and so we were just emailing staff this morning about this. So I will get some more clarity on that. I believe so because I think it's over what we got in from the COI input meetings.
Okay.
But I'll make a note to follow up on
Yeah,
that.
and I just want to make sure and to let the public know that we are also taking that information and putting it into our database.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair Toledo. Director Kaplan, the report, the outreach report, very informative. I really appreciate the thoroughness of it. I had a question and wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the spread at the top under the Draw My California Community Trainings that's being done. I'm looking at the trainings and the areas that the trainings are being conducted in and wondering if you can say a little bit more about what is needed to have those happen, or if what's needed, because I'm noticing several in Zone C and H and not too many trainings happening in the other zones. And so what should we be saying to those that's listening, and how do we get some additional trainings in the other areas?
Thank you. Yeah, so staff have been targeting, obviously the communications have been going out to everyone on our list, social media, through our email list and website, but staff have also been following up with some of the areas where we aren't, where we're a little bit lower in hearing feedback. But I would say I'm happy to put a shortened email together for you all to distribute out to networks in your zones as well. And so I think by streamlining the PowerPoint a little bit more per direction from the subcommittee, it really provides the public, different ways to engage, whether they want to use the mapping tools or the input form, and just give a little bit more update on where we are currently in the process and how to participate.
Thank you. I would love to get the email to begin to share. And I'm wondering if there is, so I didn't look at this thorough enough, but I'd like to see the correlation between the activation goals and the where we're actually doing outreach and see what that thing is looking like as well. So
Yeah. And I think that now that we have a lot more of the input coming in real time, staff can be able to do that a little bit more to see where we are focusing more and how that looks like with an outcome. So, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Vasquez, then Sinai.
Yes, echo everything that's been said about how helpful this is. Question for you. This would, the table that's labeled goal versus actual activation rate. I appreciate the alphabetical order of the counties listed. Could I also get the it's sorted, so an additional table, it's sorted by % of goal activated.
Mm-hmm.
Both would be helpful, I think, to have.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you so much for this, Marcy. Obviously, I had, Neil and I had, Commissioner Fernashari and I had access to it earlier. And so I've had some time to think about this. And it's fascinating to me because if we were, when we do our final report, we'll show outreach that we did in the early education process and then activation rates. And you will notice that it's almost inversely correlated, which is the opposite of what we expected. And part of it, I think, is the size of the counties, obviously, right? It takes a lot less to get to your percentages. And I'm not trying to be defensive since, Region K and San Diego came in last in activation. But I just think that, I'm looking forward to the end after we do their maps to be able to look at some of these things. And one of the pieces that kind of hit me the other day was also looking at these based on where commissioners are from. Because I'm wondering how many times people say, oh, I know Commissioner Turner, so I know we're okay. And they don't participate because they know Commissioner Turner and they trust her. And it sounds funny, but that's how relationships work and how a lot of this engagement works. And so, there's so many factors in this, but I did want to say that that piece was interesting. Marcy, we received a public comment that asked a really good question, and I was hoping you could address it. It asked us in these presentations, because staff and commissioners can't take any line, we can't take any, I'm forgetting the exact term, but input on line drawing. And we are in the process of line drawing, so we're being very careful about how we engage with the public, but our lead staff are going out and engaging. How are they making sure that that barrier is up? That's definitely not happening.
So you can see the PowerPoint is posted on the website. Staff are not going into any detail on line drawing and directing the public to the process and where the commission is at, where the public can locate documents on any visualizations now that has begun this week. We are also requesting that entities provide questions in advance and limiting live Q&A as well during the presentations as much as possible. And so I'm working with staff on questions that they're receiving from entities in advance, that we are not going into that discussing redistricting matters during these presentations.
And also, isn't staff actually signing off when whoever is hosting it does begin the conversation about line drawings or maps that are being present? So they're not that they're absolutely just signing off and they're not part of that meeting.
Yeah, there's staff are simply going through this presentation that's posted on the website, the Draw My CA tool, and are not walking folks through the tool, or not staying on for any continued follow-up conversation around what an organization may be doing.
Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Director Kaplan. We have a couple of other commissioners who have comments or questions. Commissioner Akutagawa for Nashari, then Kennedy.
Yeah, just a quick question, and thank you, Marcy, to you and your team for this very insightful and amazing data. At the bottom, let's see, I guess it would be with both tables where it says actual input as of 9/17. I noticed that you don't have a total number for the total inputs. It would be helpful to know, because at first I was thinking that we received 39,000, and then I realized I was looking at the columns because I wasn't at the very top. But anyways, that's the population and then the 0.1 percentage. So it would be nice to see in relation to what we had hoped, what was the actual number of inputs in total. And I would ask the same for the one that is grouped by zone as well too. So that could just...
Yeah, I can include that in there with just like a star highlighting that this is input that mentions counties. So I didn't include that because I didn't want that to be conflicting with our actual total that's around 3,000 input that's been received. So in the larger table with the 0.1%, this is based on input that mentions counties. So the total is closer to around 7,000.
Okay.
So I can include the total, and I will put like a asterisk with a note, again, emphasizing. So I just wanted to make sure it's clear to the public the differentiation.
Yeah, that would be great. And I do believe another commissioner had also asked if there was another column that you could add, I think, or is what I heard. But
yes, so Commissioner Vasquez had asked to also sort do a secondary table that's sorted in order by
percentage,
the activation rate. So we can see it in order that way instead of just by alphabetical order.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Furnishari?
Yeah, two things. I just wanted to thank Marcy and the team for putting this report together. It's really informative, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, but I just want to reiterate something. This is kind of a first draft of some data that we're looking at, but the data is county mentions. So go back to Zone A, and nearly everyone who called in mentioned all the counties on the coast. So, those counties are mentioned over and over and over and over again. And when you get into a place like LA, we're mentioning cities, right, or neighborhoods, kind of thing. So the data as it's represented in this table is a good first cut at giving us an idea of where we're at, but it's not really getting, all the level of detail that we want, and Marcy and team are working on that. So, but thank you so much for getting this together. It's really, really helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Furnishari. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. And yes, it is really, really helpful to have these reports in writing. I wanted to go back for a second to Commissioner Sinai's comment about an inverse relationship, and I have a thought on that, and that is that part of what I think we're seeing is that in smaller counties where NGO networks are not as active or pervasive, individual citizens, individual Californians are participating directly, whereas in some of the larger counties with more active NGO networks, people are interacting with the NGOs, and then the NGOs are presenting to us, kind of summaries of what they're hearing from the populations that they are interacting with directly. So I think our impact really is significantly higher than what we're seeing in these activation numbers. And we might give some thought on how we could ask the NGO networks to provide us some sort of standardized information about their activation rates that could assist us in having a better understanding of our overall global activation rate. Thank you.
Thank you. So perhaps the outreach committee can take that on and think about that. So next we'll move on to Director Seha for the communications.
Sorry, I'm not done yet.
Oh, you're not done yet? Okay. Well, let's continue on.
So there was
I was hoping to move it along, but all right, continue on, Director Kaplan.
This is going to be a longer discussion. There was a second handout on the draft map input meetings that I worked together with Commissioner Fornishari and Commissioner Ahmad to put together. So I'd like to pull that up and walk us through that for some more discussion. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, is that up now? Do you
Director
see the-
Kaplan, I thought that
Yeah.
was we were going to talk about that during the committee report. Do we want to do that now or at the committee report? Okay, let's just do it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. So I, as mentioned, worked together with Commissioner Fornishari and Commissioner Ahmad to put together this proposal, and I'll let them kind of chime in as I go over it, but just wanted to give a high-level overview to allow some further discussion of this. So going over really the goal and structure, these meetings are to gather feedback on the first draft maps displayed by the commission. And I think the overall highlight, the takeaway from this is really to model the format in which we used for the COI input meetings. And also just really want to highlight that there these meetings are not going to be the only way for the public to participate in this process and to provide feedback to the commission on the draft map. So there will continue to be the multiple avenues as they are now, whether it's email, letter, web form, the mapping tools, general public comment, and also, looking at this visualization feedback form that we've gotten, how that's working so that we could potentially do that for the draft maps as well. And so this is the suggested number is 4 for these input meetings. And these are the proposed dates, which is based on a target draft completion date of November 10th. And you can see here that we've organized these by districts. So to do a day specifically on district maps. And this was also, we're proposing this with feedback that we've received also from the line drawers around how to organize the meetings. The last day, given there may be limited feedback on the Board of Equalization districts, we are including the second session to be open to any district. So this is the proposed time frame to do for a 4-hour block, and the sample schedule, allowing for 2 appointment sessions, and then also time for people without appointments and public comment. The time frame we highlighted per speaker was 5 minutes, and so this is a little bit higher than the COI input meetings to allow individuals who may have input on multiple districts. And we are also recommending that these are done virtually, since this will be mostly collecting input and not a two-way interactive meeting. And just want to quickly go over the role of everyone during these meetings. So for the commissioners, it's really, this is the opportunity to listen to Californians and to hear the feedback on the draft maps. Staff would be coordinating an appointment system similar to the COI input meetings, and we're recommending the appointment sign up opens up when the draft maps are posted. Similar to the COI input meetings, individuals would be limited to 1 appointment per meeting. And also staff would be coordinating interpretation requests, so similar to the October 21 to 23 meetings and all of the commission meetings. Interpretation requests must be submitted within 5 business days. And then also staff would be supporting with note-taking of feedback. And then the role of the line drawers would be to display the district maps similar to the format of the COI input meetings. And this is the proposed agenda. And so I wanted to ask Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Ahmad if there was additional notes that you wanted to highlight as well.
Yeah, I'll just start, jump right in. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Ahmed and Director Kaplan, because just to make it clear, they did the heavy lifting on this. I also want to say that there was a lot of work done, with legal, with the line drawing team, with the mappers, with the security subcommittee involved, with Christian and team, and so a lot of input went into this, besides just Commissioner Ahmed and myself. So just to be aware of the background thinking on this.
Well, thank you for all of your work. Commissioner Ahmed and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, well, thank you, and I echo everything Commissioner Fornashari stated. I just wanted to add that, this process was much simpler than we anticipated because our team has already established a very smooth running process for the COI input meeting. So we capitalized on some of the kinks that we worked out for those meetings and try to replicate it as much as possible so we can utilize what we already have.
Great, and I'll be looking for, so as you're thinking about your comments, I'll also be looking for a motion to adopt this plan. So formulate your motion if you have one. Commissioner Fernandez, then Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, yes, I want to thank all that were involved with this. It's a great plan. I just want to highlight, I believe, an activity that all the staff will also be involved in. And I just want to know, I'm trying to figure out how we have we have our database where we enter all of the communities of interest, and how are we going to capture the feedback on our maps? I know right now we have this real-time feedback. I guess I'm trying to think how this is going to mesh with the other input that we receive. I know you've probably already thought about it, but I also want to make sure we document that we're doing that, that staff's going to be doing that in this document, so that it's more than just note-taking of feedback, because I know there's more involved with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things on this. I am happy with the number of meetings. I'm wondering if we might want to consider different dates. I mean, we have a target date of the 10th. We're not sure we're going to make that. And also, even if we do make that, I would like, groups and individuals to feel like they have had adequate time to review the maps before being requested to provide input. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the dates. I'm also uncomfortable with the duration. I mean, I want this to be more than just ticking the box. And yes, I understand that there are many other ways to provide input. I encourage people to use those other means of providing input. I'm enjoying reviewing input received through those other channels. But I think that my sense is that there is going to be an enormous demand for opportunity to speak at these events. And so I would think that at a minimum, we would go from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. And anticipating that we are likely to need to go beyond those times. I mean, going based on, in part, on the 2010 Commission's experience with this, and we've all acknowledged that once we have draft maps out, we're really likely to get a lot more input. So I would like, again, I'm okay with the number of days. I would like us to extend the sessions significantly and just give another thought to the dates to ensure that people have adequate time after the draft maps are posted so that they don't feel too rushed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fornashari?
Well, I don't know if Director Kaplan wanted to chime in on that or Commissioner Ahmed, but I'll go ahead. So a few things in response to that. Somehow it fell off the document here, but we were also going to agendize the following Monday and Tuesday for spillover meetings. This is another example of us not being sure how much interest or input we're going to get. And so the thought was that we'd set these 4 days up, open the appointment system, and see how that's going. And if we're getting an overwhelming response, to go over into Monday and Tuesday the following week. And in response to the time to react to the maps, we did talk about that, and we thought about that a lot. And so there's a couple things going on here, right? I mean, we have to, allow the public time to react to the maps. We wanted to have extra time the next week in case we had overflow. And then the commission has to have time to kind of review not only this input, but all the other input we're getting to be able to, early the following week, begin to give direction to the line drawing team. And so we're trying to balance it out. But, I do appreciate that feedback and the concern that it's a rush time on the front end for folks to react to the maps. So thank you for that feedback. And, we're certainly open to considering changing the schedule here.
And if I may jump in.
Sure.
In response to that. So the dates were chosen because we had already scheduled those dates, the 16th through the 19th, for some set of meetings in the future. So we just took those. And then Commissioner Kennedy, the number of times that I erased 1 to 8 p.m. and then changed it to 3 to 7 and then back to 1 to 8 and then back to 3 to 7, it was all, what Commissioner Fornashari stated, that we just don't know how much input we're going to get. And then also we were mindful of that 14-day period in which we can't touch the maps. So we tried to squeeze these feedback meetings within those 14 days so that we can make it very clear that at this time, the commission is not giving any direction to change the maps. We're just listening to feedback. And then the other consideration that I'm definitely open to hearing all your thoughts was, how do we fit this in with the Thanksgiving weekend break? And it's a perfect storm. So definitely open to feedback on making this proposal better.
So hopefully we'll get some feedback right now. We have Fernandez, Akutagawa, Turner, and Anderson.
Okay, sorry, having problems. Yes, I do have to echo what Commissioner Kennedy said. As we can see, even with our visualizations, we're getting feedback right away. Once people in the community finally see what we're thinking about, they definitely have opinions. So I would support the longer day. I guess I'm going back and forth with the Thanksgiving, but again, we need to share the pain. And if I was thinking more of maybe that Thursday, Friday, the 18th, 19th, and then the Monday, Tuesday of Thanksgiving. That gives the public a week or maybe less, depending on when our first drafts are out, to at least take all the information in and provide feedback. And then the Monday, Tuesday of Thanksgiving week, I know it's not popular, but let's see, most schools are closed, so maybe they can concentrate on providing feedback instead of getting kids ready for school. Who knows? But that's my proposal. And the reason I didn't mention it earlier was I was going to bring it up when we discussed the calendar. So I wasn't sure at what time we bring this subject up. But thank you again for bringing this forward to us.
Sorry, could you just say again, was it the Thursday, Friday, and then the Monday, Tuesday?
Yes, it was. That's what I was thinking was 18th,
Okay.
19th. And I do agree with the longer days. Again, as we did with our communities of interest input meetings, if we didn't have any callers, we were able to finish early or adjourn early. Or if we needed to go late, we would go late. So either way, flexible. Thank you.
And again, if there's, if we can formalize a motion that we can start to go towards and get approval on, that'd be great. So we had, let me see, Akutagawa, then Turner, and then Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I am also going to affirm what was just said about the dates. I do believe that, given that the 10th is our target, but if for whatever reason we're releasing on the 15th, I think we need to just give at least an extra day. So I would propose minimally starting on the 17th. I also noticed that we are not using the weekends, and I think for some people the weekends is also a better time. I think we should minimally at least include a Saturday in this mix. And so therefore, I think eliminating the 16th and at least taking on the 20th, I also would personally not have a problem using the 20th and then maybe, giving like the Tuesday, Wednesday as our break to, review and other things. And maybe we hold that Monday as a potential, I'm just thinking about it, as a potential date where we agendize, but if we need it, because we don't know if we're going to need how much input we're going to get. I am supportive of the extra time, although I would just perhaps ask maybe starting at 2, going until 9, because I'm thinking about for those who are going to be giving input, if we go from 3 to 7, that is around the time of dinner for those who have children and who need to get, meals put onto the table so that they could get their kids to bed. But then if we go 1 to 8, I think we're still within that little window. 9 o'clock, I think ending at 9 o'clock at least gives those who need to get kids fed, families fed, or do whatever they need to do, and then settle in to get on a phone call, let's say between 8 and 9, we'll give that option, for those who feel like that would be better. And then for those who prefer the earlier times, they still have that, at least that mid-afternoon time frame. So 2 to 9 is something that I would want to also put out there as well to allow for a kind of straddling all the various kind of responsibilities that I think people have. And then it also gives those who have to work later into the evening, it still does give them that time to also provide input. Last thing I also want to mention too, and I believe there was something about the language interpretation under proposed roles, coordinate interpretation requests, and requests must be made 5 days in advance. I would also want to advocate for, at the very least, that we automatically include Spanish interpretation for this process. All of the languages, I think based on the usage that we found from our communities of interest meeting, I think it is okay to stay with the 5 business days in advance. But for this, I do believe it would just be easier to just automatically include Spanish interpretation. I think we can have a conversation about whether or not it makes sense to also include the Spanish listening line, although I will just personally say that I think that that would also be helpful to have automatically available for this particular process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The proposal I have, I think that what I want to ensure that we do is that we're listening with the same energy, attention to all of the input. And sometimes longer meetings, I feel we get to the end and we try to start rushing. The proposal I have is that we start on Wednesday, the 17th, and go through Saturday, the 20th, but with 2 solid blocks of time, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and then take a 2-hour break, and then meet from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. so that it'll cover the earlier hours. It'll give us 2 hours to walk, rest our eyes, refresh, energize, and then take the second half, which gives us a longer time period than even the 1 to 8 or what have you. And recognizing for any of those days, yes, we're prepared to go later than that, but I think going in as a plan. And then that also gives us the Saturday, which is then a time where a lot of people may be off and can again take advantage of one of those blocks of times. So that my proposal is so that the commissioners will be fresh, pay attention. We want to hear everything that you all call in and talk to us about. I think it'll give the extra day for Californians to review the material before having to call in, review our draft maps. And I think it'll allow most participation. So the proposal, the motion that I'd make would be Wednesday, November 17th, Thursday, November 18th, Friday, November 19th, and Saturday, November 20th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Thank you.
So to clarify that motion, is it the motion to adopt the plan with
Plan.
modifications?
Yes, and I'm in agreement and support of the language issues that Commissioner Gutagawa raised. But as far as the date, the plan, I think, is a solid plan.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I can
Second.
second. Oh, nope.
We have a couple seconds, so we'll go with Vasquez. And then we have three other commissioners, four other commissioners waiting to give comment. So Commissioner Anderson, then Sinai, Fornashari, then Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what everyone's saying about, oh, they need more time. A lot of people, as soon as they see that map, they go, I don't like this. There will be a lot of people who are more than ready to jump right in, like the very next day. You know, give them a day to figure it out and jump right in. So I really don't think, and then other people will need a little bit more time to organize. I want to put this and stuff that together. I don't really see the need for a huge delay in there because remember, we have 14 days and public comment's going to start coming in from the very next day. If not, when we declare a final, we'll start getting public comment in. I do appreciate the idea of putting it on a Saturday, but I kind of like the idea of going 16, 17, 18, you know, as it is, and adding the 20th, 22, 23 for spillover days. Because that would give us the most, these are the 14 days that the public has before we start, these are the 14 days that are, that are required for public input. To only have a few of them scheduled, I don't like the idea. I don't think the public's going to like the idea. And I'd like to have, I understand the organization of these four, but I think we should have those 3 spillover days as well. As for the timing, I also, it's kind of intriguing, Commissioner Turner's idea. However, it wouldn't have to be 10 to 2, be 10 to 1:30 because we wouldn't need the public comment at that point. And I would also recommend the 4 to 8 instead of 5 to 9 because remember, public comment ends this, and that can go on as long as people are in the queue by 8. So if we go to 9, that means that the meeting actually could go till 10 or so. So I would go to 4 to 8 on that one. And I understand we'll probably, now we have a motion, so we'll vote. I would really like to hear the public input on this, public comment.
Yeah, we'll hear.
Can I just have you recap, sorry, what the dates and times you just said? I'm just taking notes on.
I said keep the dates as proposed in the document, and then add the 20th, 22, and 23 for spillover. Or you could say, appointment session, as you have a session 2, any district, any district.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one quick question. We don't actually say, I'm assuming, when would the appointment system sort of go out so we would know, so people would know how many spots we need to fill? I mean, that's sort of an issue. I guess we can't quite, that was a question I did have in the document. So, thank you.
Commissioner Kaplan, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so we noted in the document that the appointments would open when the draft maps are released. However, I think it would be that staff and would be promoting the dates in advance and the date that the appointments would open as well.
So I wanted to check in with Commissioner Turner to see if there's any modifications to her motion, because that sounded like an amendment request, so I wanted to see if there's any amendments or not, just to check in.
No, there's not.
Okay, no amendments. All right, so let's move on to Commissioner Sinai for discussion, and then for Nishari, Ahmed, Fernandez, Turner, and then Akutagawa.
Thank you. I'm kind of an advocate of not doing motions till we hear from everybody so we can make sure we've got the best of the best ideas. But I think I like the motion that's on the table. I like the hours, though. I would consider going 5 to 8 just because if people are in the timeline, in the queue, they're in. yes, definitely on Spanish interpretation. I would say yes on Saturdays so I would keep, I would either do Wednesday through Saturday with doing shorter days at the beginning, because it sometimes takes some time to people to, but we don't know, this is all new, but we could try a short day on that Wednesday, and there's just different ways that we can do it. To make it community friendly, it took me a while to get this I was looking at the big picture, but then when I stopped, I'm not sure the community is going to want to call 4 different times to talk about the congressional map, the assembly map, the Senate map, and the Board of Equalization map. I think most people are going to say, let me look at all 4 maps for my area, and want to call in and say, let me give you my input for each of these. I know it's easier for us if people were if people were willing to call in, but I think we need to look at make this process easy for our audience. So that was one, we may want to do it regionally, not zones, but regionally, and people can call in for those regions on all the different maps. I know it's tough for us. I get that, but this is public input, and the public should be our focus. And the other piece, my other big question, sorry. You'd think I'd be more awake being at home instead of there, but it's the opposite. The other piece is, do we need a day for associations? And again, I'm using the word associations broadly because we went through that whole definition of what associations are. But do we need a day and I would put that at the end versus at the beginning, because a lot of people do have that time off and actually are going to be away for that week. And so let the people who get paid to do this work on Thanksgiving week. But do we need a day where we leave bigger, kind of like we're doing with the presentations of maps? Because this will be a time when they have full comments, or are we hoping that they submit written comments? Because that could be another way to do it, is that we ask associations that have comments on the full map to please submit them in writing, so we have them in, that's an easier way for us to accept it, to process it, and to implement it. So but then we need to set up some time where we talk about it in public session, all the association reports that we received.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fornashari.
Thanks everyone. Great comment, great discussion. We're certainly open to whatever design we all decide on together. Just some clarification. I have a question, Commissioner Turner. Did you want the 10 to 2, 5 to 8, or 5 to 9, or whatever it was that you proposed schedule on Saturday too?
Yes.
Or do you want? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then listen, as far as in response to a couple of comments by Commissioner Sinai, we did go back and forth a lot on. We talked about regional. We talked about map specific. We talked about just having it open to. Whatever people want to talk about, and it's going to be, and it's going to be challenging either way to take this input, to pull up the maps that people want to look at, to respond in that way. It's doing it geographically was going to be kind of tough, although it does make sense that you're focused on a certain area and understand the ripple effects. So there's just trade-off on difficulty level, and our mapping team will do whatever we want ultimately. And then as far as the association question goes, we modeled this on the COI input approach we took, and with the COI input approach, we found that associations were able to manage providing feedback in ways that were effective. Although you do bring up a good point about if they want to comment on the entire map, that would be pretty hard to do in 5 minutes. So they'd either have to march a bunch of people through the process, or I think provide written feedback if someone's commenting on the entire map. So just some thoughts and comments. So thank you.
Thank you.
Carry on.
So we do have a motion and a second, and we would like to get public input as well. So let's see what the rest of the commissioners have to say, and then we'll go to public input. Commissioner Ahmed, Fernandez, Turner, and then Akutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. And just a quick response to Commissioner Sinai's comment about looking at the maps geographically versus by district type. And we literally had that conversation too of what would be best. Although, I echo some of the sentiments that Commissioner Fornashari shared, that either way, it's going to be a challenge for everyone involved in the process, right? But what we were thinking about in terms of trying to funnel the conversations by district map was so that we could really pay attention to potential ripple effects when folks are giving their input by district rather than hopping from plan to plan. So, there's pros and cons on both ends. Of course, we recognize that. And then also public comment or public input in this case, we can't restrict the content of that input. So theoretically, anyone can call in and use their time to talk about all 4 maps if they want to, or jump back and forth if they want to. That is up to the caller. We were just trying to organize from our end what would work. And then in terms of the motion on the floor, I just had a question for either staff or maybe finance and admin knows this. In terms of videography and contracting, does a gap work within that type of schedule? Is there something we need to consider in terms of costs?
So I'll ask Commissioner Fernandez to chime in.
Yeah, I believe it would be considered as 2 separate meetings, but that's okay. If that's going to provide the most accessibility for the public, that's fine, but it would be considered as 2 separate meetings.
Okay, with that, did you have additional public comment, Commissioner Fernandez? Because they are next in the queue.
Was Isra done?
I believe Commissioner.
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
I just wanted to make sure, sorry about that. Yes, I just wanted to comment on a few of the comments that have been, and I just also want to remind everyone that there's other ways to provide feedback. It's not just during the meetings. And we found that during our communities of interest input meetings, we actually receive more, and we expect to receive more impact outside of the meetings, because of course that's the most convenient for everyone. And I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Anderson in terms of having the meetings right after the draft maps are released. I don't like having them right after the draft maps are released because you're not allowing for interpretation requests, which we say are we need it 5 business days prior. So I want to allow the opportunity to for the public to submit interpretation requests other than Spanish to be able to have that time. And I am against having a meeting designated for a certain region, because then again, okay, so my region's on Wednesday, but I can't come on Wednesday, realizing, of course, that I can call anytime or make an appointment anytime. I think opening it up for whoever wants to provide feedback is great. And then in terms of a separate day for associations, I am not in agreement with, or I do not support that at all. We're already doing separate meetings for associations prior to the draft maps. Again, once our draft maps are released, associations have opportunity to submit feedback either by one of our meetings or mailing, email, however they want to submit feedback. And then I also want to ensure, I believe as Commissioner Sinai said, that if associations send us their feedback via email, that we would then say that I guess, say that impact or that feedback in open forum. I am not in agreement with that either. I think all feedback that we receive, it's not just going to be from associations. If we're going to do it for associations, we do it for everyone. All this information will be available to all the commissioners as well as the public. And again, I'm still supportive of the current motion that's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I just wanted to add that the proposal still stands for me. I wanted to just add to that I'm not in favor of carrying over into the next week. I think this whole process has brought us to where we are now. We are getting closer to the end, and we do need to have time where we can look at all of the input that has been received. Our timeline is shortened too, and we have work to do. And so I'm hopeful that by the hours, the days, and even if we kept the 16th, that's neither here or there. I was trying to allow and honor what Commissioner Kennedy said as far as giving more time in. But by that Saturday, I just feel like that needs to end it so that we can now do the work the next week. Having nothing to do with the holidays, we can work up and through Thanksgiving, whatever we need to do. But the point is, as far as continuing to take information, we now need to get ready to start our final drafts based on all of the information that we have received. And so the current proposal, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maximum hours, break in between so that we can stay sharp, focused, whether it takes 2 meetings or 1. I think all of that will allow for people to call in and comment on the draft maps that are there. But my belief and proposal is that by Saturday, at whatever time we end on Saturday, that should be the end of taking in for that time period so that we can move on to the next of finalizing our maps.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I'm going to ask Director Payne to chime in.
Thank you, Chair.
Council Payne.
I just wanted to clarify for the commission, one of the thoughts that was going into this, and again, there's, as you've already discussed, there's lots of different ways to do this. But one of the initial rationales for why we were having the start time we did was in the event that we do need to go long and go later, and we still have additional public comment we have to do, we would do what's called a continuation. And we would want to post that within 24 hours of the need for that continuation. So one option would have been, so hypothetically, if we did start at 3 o'clock, but the previous night's meeting needed to be continued, we would have the continuation of that meeting, say, in the morning before the next 3 o'clock meeting. So it doesn't, there's lots of different ways to do this, but one of the things that we were thinking about was how do we handle sort of the event of a need for a continuation. So I just wanted to put that out there for all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. I wanted to, before we move on to the rest of commissioner comments, I wanted to check in with Commissioner Kennedy because he brought up the issue of time and duration first, and I just want to make sure that the motion on the table addresses his concerns.
Thank you, Chair. I'm generally happy. The one thing that I'm looking at right now and trying to work out on a piece of scratch paper, 4-hour blocks with break gives you either a 190-minute block and 130-minute block, or alternatively, I'm looking at, we could do one or two 1-hour blocks with no, I'm still working it out. But anyway, the 4-hour blocks don't break nicely as far as, you know, how much time we're actually devoting to the input given the breaks that we have. So, but in general, I'm happy with the motion. Thank you.
I believe Director Kaplan had a comment on that. I believe.
So in the document that's posted, there's a scenario for a 4-hour block if you want to take a look at that. That provides an 80-minute block for appointments, a 90-minute block, and another 30-minute, if that's helpful.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate all of the comments that the other commissioners have made. I think I just want to just a couple things. One, in terms of time, I appreciate what Commissioner Turner is saying about giving everybody a break. However, I think I'm of the mind that I would rather just go straight through, only because having two different times, I think it could get confusing. I don't know. I could just see something unforeseen happening, and I think it's just better to just do one big block of time, even if we just have to just at some point just say, we're just going to take an hour break for lunch or some other breaks. I think that is a little bit easier rather than saying, we're going to take a 3-hour break. I also appreciated what Chief Counsel Payne also said about the need for continuation. I didn't realize that we could do that, so that also gives us that flexibility that if we need to do a continuation from the night before, that would be doable. I think in terms of the end time of 8 o'clock, I still think that we should officially allow people to be able to call in past 8 o'clock, maybe even if we just go to 8:30, and if it goes, and then close the lines. I'm just thinking that, for the practicalities of those who might want to participate and have other family things to do, I think 8 o'clock is kind of that cutoff, and then it becomes a little bit easier. And so I'm still of the mind that whether we stop at 8:30 to close the phone lines and then we take whoever, or we stop at 9, I think it's just allowing people that time to get into the line versus just making sure you're called in by 8 o'clock, and that we continue to go. I hear what Commissioner Anderson also said about, people who are going to be into this are going to be right on it. But, we're talking about still a lot of maps, and I guess I'm just thinking that we don't need to start immediately on Tuesday. And I think, for me, we should just agendize the other days. I hear, let's just stop, give ourselves the time. I definitely agree with that. But it sounds like we have an option in what Chief Counsel Payne said about the core, the continuation. And there was something else that I wanted to say, and now I've completely forgotten it. So, I'm sorry?
Interpretation.
No, it wasn't about interpretation. Anyways, I will remember eventually, and then I'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. Actually, I'd like a little clarification on the interpretation request, because if that's 5 business days, we post on the 10th. I don't know if you can include the 10th. The 11th is a holiday, so that's not considered a business day. So the 12th would be, if you do include the 10, then you go 10, 12, 15, 17, 15, 16, 17. We can't start till the 18th. And I think that's a real bind. And I wanted to know where, and remember, it is business days, or can it be, calendar days? That's a big difference. And that really, maybe we have a couple that before interpretations, and then we have interpretations, or because again, I really don't, my concern with starting later is if we get a lot of people who want the people, public want to participate, we run out of time, artificially delaying when we don't necessarily need to. And that's where I don't know if...
I believe Commissioner Fernandez has a response.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. In terms of the 5 business days, and Executive Director Hernandez, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's part of the contract. Spanish interpretation is easier for them, and that part of the contract was 3 business days, but all other languages are 5 business days. And I have to believe that it's not going to be on the day that we adopt the draft maps. It's a whole new set of visualizations. I believe along the way, those that have been watching will see where we're headed, and before we even release the draft maps, we'll probably have an idea of whether they want to provide feedback or not. So I'm confident that they would probably request the interpretation right away, knowing that they may have issues with some of the, or they may want to discuss some of the draft maps.
sorry, but clarification, but if we can't count the 10, then we can't start until the 18th, right?
You can still start with others. It's just if they want interpretation requests, it would have to be later.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
why I'm saying
That's
you would want some later days.
Got it. Okay, so we can also have some that do not, like we could maybe arrange already that we'll have Spanish interpretation, but for specific ones, those are a little bit later in the week. Perfect. That's okay. Great. Thank you. That was what I wanted to know.
Clarification. So we do have a break
I'm
that's
sorry,
scheduled at
I did have-
11 o'clock.
okay, I did have one more thing.
Go ahead,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
and then I just wanted to make a point that we do have a 11 o'clock, and it'd be great to be able to get public comment in before that, so we can come back for a vote.
Yeah, and then the other thing I was thinking is if we're doing multiple days, how about we do 2 days on Assembly, 2 days on Congressional, and 1 on say Senate, and then the BOE and overflow. Because if we're going to go by map, which I can certainly understand because of spillover, I don't mean spillover, I mean in terms of the ripple effect on a map, that makes a lot of sense to look at one map at a time. And if we want to delay it a little bit more, I would actually propose putting the Senate one first, because most comments will come in about Assembly and Congressional, because the Senate, they kind of think, they'll think that later. And the BOE, quite frankly, I don't think we're going to get any comments on. If we wanted to do it that way. So with that, I would propose going back to the 16th, so we could have, maybe that be the Senate, 17, 18 be, Assembly, 19, 20 be Congressional. And then the spillover. Because, well, and I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai, then Commissioner Kutagawa, then we'll go to public comment.
Okay. Did I miss something? I feel like there's 2 ways to do. Okay. The ripple effect. I don't feel like we have had a conversation in public or any conversation and have made a decision collectively about moving lines on a map during that 14-day period. Many have asked us not to move maps. And so I'm not quite getting the ripple effect that everyone is talking about. Because my understanding would be that we would get all this comment, we would process it. And when I said discuss in public, Commissioner Fernandez, I meant the same as what you were saying, was, it would be part of all the discussion that we as a commission would need to sit down, kind of like we did with the COIs and we just did with the visualizations, is we each take that long time to go through all the input, which is kind of fun, and come back with ideas. And so I may not be understanding the ripple effect, but I want to make sure we're not making an assumption, because we haven't discussed it. And I know there's 2 ways of what we can do in draft maps. And I have a suspicion that each of us has our preference, but I want to make sure we are not moving forward with an assumption that a decision has been made when it hasn't, about do the maps stay frozen for those 14 days without moving lines until after that 14-day period or not. And so I apologize that I'm not getting it. The second is I can't vote for the motion as stated, just because I don't think it is user friendly. I don't think it is public friendly to have the names of the maps on there. I understand people can call in at any time, but I'm just thinking of a lot of the community groups the community folks, not the groups, the people on the ground, and they will just be overwhelmed when they see a schedule that, even if it says you can call, it'll turn them off, and it'll be too bureaucratic to see that there's 4 different maps. I would rather it be completely open. All the days you can call in with input for any of the maps. And if the maps are frozen, then, we have the visualizations, we just pull out, we have the maps at that point, the district maps that they want to talk about. But I can't vote for it the way it's set up. And I just wanted to put that on the table now.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, thank you. And I did remember what I wanted to say, so here I am. One, I just wanted to, I know it's been said by at least a couple other commissioners, but I do want to continue to remind everybody and ourselves that there are other modes, and more importantly, we have all said that all of the modes of feedback or input is important and it is equal, and just calling in is not the only thing. I do know from reading some of the public comment that there may be a perception that those who call in get more weight. That is untrue. I know for me, I do appreciate the written comments because it's a lot easier to process and understand and to really consider the written comments. So I do also know that some who have called in have also followed up in writing as well too. So, both ways is fine, but I do just want to remind ourselves and everybody else that that is something that is important. And so, I think we don't know how many people are going to call in, but I do also want to remind everybody that all of the other modes are equally as important and that we are actually considering all of the modes of feedback and input we get. The other thing I want to say is, one, to Commissioner Sinai, maps are frozen. We are not going to be making any changes as far as I know. And so that I think is my understanding. I think what you just also mentioned, if I heard you correctly, is that we should allow any day to be for the map presentations for whichever maps. And I'm wondering, maybe this is a question for Director Kaplan, kind of like what you're doing, I think, in October when there's going to be the various map presentations. I'm wondering if that's an option. It seems like it's a lot of puzzle pieces that you're putting together in a short time frame, so it may not be practicable, but to allow comments on multiple maps and allotted times for that. I do see that there's those different times, but it does seem like it might get a little complicated. The other thing I want to also say, but I will just also say this, I'm fine either way. And to Commissioner Anderson's point about, a couple days for assembly, a couple days for congressional, I do think we're going to get a lot of feedback on the Senate maps as well, too, based on some of the inputs that we've seen. People are commenting also on Senate maps. I don't want to assume that we will not get any participation on BOE maps. I'm sure there will be some conversation or comment on that, so I just want to be careful about that. I'm still an advocate for not starting on that Tuesday, the 16th. I think we should at least give that one day for people to just process because, again, there's a lot that's happening. And the other last comment I'm going to make is maybe we mix up the start times. Instead of breaking up the times, maybe we consider mixing up the start times. Maybe the first day we just start in the morning, or we start in the afternoon like we did, but that may be another way in which we can capture everybody. I am also okay and would advocate for looking at that, maybe that Monday, Tuesday, possibly if we need to, as a potential, if we absolutely need to. I don't necessarily want to say we will for sure do it, but if we need that as the spillover or those continuation dates, I think we should have them on hold on our calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kudagal. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Counsel Payne, who has some comments.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify for the commission, or try to help clarify. The statute says that the commission shall not display any other map for public comment during the 14-day period. So I don't think that renders inactivity, but I think the point of it is to not try to confuse the public. So if we put out a display, we wouldn't subsequently put out yet another display. But my understanding is that's not what's being discussed here, putting out yet another display. So I think we're okay. So just wanted to clarify that point for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, so I want to address the point that Commissioner Sinai brought up. Kind of the underlying, we had a lot of discussion about that too. Are we going to allow time to give direction to the mappers after the meetings? Or, what's the process going to be? And our sort of underlying assumption that I guess should have been much more explicit in this document was that we would not give direction to the line drawers until we've completed and reviewed all the input, and then we would begin to give feedback to the mappers the Monday after Thanksgiving or to go forward. Because, if we start giving feedback in the middle, then we get other input, then we're backtracking on that feedback, and it could be a mess. And so we thought, that part of the design thinking here was this is receiving time and digesting time, and that come the following Monday after Thanksgiving was time to begin to give mappers direction. So that was a thought, I guess. So there's been a whole lot of discussion and different ideas thrown out there. We have a proposal on the table. Just a couple of comments quickly. I mean, I think we need to be clear on day, time, and the approach, whether we're going to do open, whether we're going to do by districts or by map types or whatever. What do we want? And I would just offer if so. For instance, if we start at 5, there'd be an hour and a half session, a 15-minute break, and an hour and a half session would end at 8:15. So there'd be 2 hour-and-a-half sessions, and then the second session would end at 8:15. So I just wanted to set that out there for thinking. 4 hours is a little odd. I mean, like 4 hours and 15 minutes would be 3 hour-and-a-half sessions. So anyway, just throwing it out there for you. So, but I think we definitely need that clarity for the motion. So thanks.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Turner.
So I'm willing to amend my motion for clarity to be able to perhaps do either okay, perhaps do 9:30 to 11, which is an hour and a half break, 11 to 11:15, an hour and a half block. 11:15 would be the break, 11:15 to 12:45 second break, and then another break, 12:45 to 1, and go then from 1 to 2:30. So that would be 3 hour and a half. So that would be 9:30 to 2:30, and then the 2-hour break, which would be from 4:30 perhaps to, let's see where that takes us, 4:30 to 6 would be an hour and a half, 6 to 6:15 break, and then 6:15 to 7:45. Still my motion is for as the subcommittee outlined it with districts, by districts, and the motion includes Wednesday through Saturday. By districts.
By districts.
The way it was in the plan.
Okay, so
That's how the plan, I think the initial plan talked about, that's what I mean, by map type.
So
By map type,
it's what's outlined in the plan.
right.
I believe so.
Commissioner Turner, can I get those the end time that you're proposing on the amendment?
9:30 to 2:30, and 4:30, it would have to be to 7:45, I guess. That's weird. No, I'm sorry, 7:45, 8:45, to 9, 4:30 to 9.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy, I know you were thinking about time and duration. Does the modifications address your concerns?
I certainly think that within those boundaries, we can work it out.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, and this is my complete bad because I glossed over it. I am not in agreement with the map type, only because I do agree with Commissioner Kutagawa. I think it's going to confuse people, and then also they'd have to call 3 different times instead of just being able to call once and, give it all out, give all of their feedback on different on the different map types. So that's the only piece I have a problem with. Thanks.
What's your recommendation on that, Commissioner Fernandez?
I would take Commissioner's Turner motion and just, if it could not be by map type, it's just like an open forum. It's whatever map you want to talk about. If you want to talk about your Assembly and Senate, that's fine too, but you've got 5 minutes, so let's get it in.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I appreciate that, and I could see that that might work, but I also feel like we came up with a good working understanding during the communities of interest input, where we had zones that we were focusing on, but if that time wasn't convenient and somebody needed to call in at another time, we would take the call. And that goes to the point that we've heard from Chief Counsel and that one of the other commissioners mentioned earlier. We don't have the ability to control, we can suggest. And so I think that, having this as the suggested focus of each day does not preclude anyone from calling in, and we should go with that. Thank you.
Okay, so it's past 11, so we do need to take a break, and then so we'll take a break and then we'll come back to commissioner comment. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We're considering a motion. We're still in discussion, and next in line we have Commissioner Fernandez, who's ready to vote, and then Akutagawa, Anderson, and Turner. Thank you. Yes, you're on the list.
No, I think I already gave my comment.
Perfect. So we'll move on to Commissioner Kutagawa.
Pedro, or Commissioner Toledo, I'm sorry, I am going to have to pass because the break just...
I appreciate that too. So we'll go on to Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, sorry, I did a comment. Actually, the proposal as it stands now is for maps, by map, not by, okay. And the reason I brought that up is that because one thing we have in here is that the line drawers, if you look at line drawers' role, they're being, used to display the draft district map. If we try to do, okay, you can talk about, each different map, how are we going to do that in the time frame? We've had one map that they're looking at, and if we change and try to say, well, they can talk about the congressional and the Assembly and the Senate, are we asking the line drawers to kind of pull up the different maps and try to find their location? And, are we going to, wait halfway through what their comments are? I think we really need to go by a map if we want to have the line drawers involved. Otherwise, we could just have people talk in general. But I'm pretty sure that was the consideration involved in the subcommittee putting together. It's one by one map type, and you can call in on for the congressional, you can call in on the Assembly, you can call in on the Senate. But I think we still, whatever map, they have to pick one map, that's what they talk about, and then if they want to talk about others, they would just have to talk about it in the nebulous. Otherwise, the 5-minute would not be enough, and we'd have to put a longer break in between each one to find the map, and these are just considerations that I don't know if we, I'm sure the subcommittee probably thought about this, but I don't believe that we've been thinking in those terms, so I wanted to bring that forth.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fornashari.
I thought Commissioner Turner was next in the queue.
Oh, sorry about that. Commissioner Turner, then Commissioner Fornashari.
I'm watching you. Yes, and I think that whole break was just kind of some kind of technique to help you forget, but thank you, Commissioner Anderson. The maps, I felt that it would be easier for the line drawers to kind of know the direction that we're going to go. And much as what we've done for the COI, is to just prioritize. So perhaps if we say we're prioritizing a set map, of course, we've been told over and over we cannot control what people say, but in the fact that they'll have only 5 minutes, if we prioritize a certain map at a time, they should start with whatever map they're going to, and at the end of 5 minutes, if they didn't get to the rest of their maps, then they did not, and perhaps they'll utilize some of the other ways that they can submit the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I apologize about that. And then Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see, I'm having a bit of a flashback over the break here to our initial COI meetings, where we were so sure we were going to have so many people calling in. We made them 8 hours long, and we sat around telling stories. And then I thought about the logistics of our COI meetings. And then I thought about the logistics of trying to schedule appointments with a break in the middle. And the complexity of the logistics with a break in the middle. And I just think, I just, in reflecting on it, I don't think I can support the idea of, I like the idea of having a meeting with a break, but when you put the appointments in there and you're trying to manage the appointments and how we're going to do that, the proposal has 3 1.5 hour sessions in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. I just think it makes the whole thing a little too complex for us to run and for our staff to manage.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I think I agree with Commissioner Fornashari about the break, although it is not something I feel incredibly strongly about. So we'll defer to the motion author as to whether they will accept that proposal. I wanted to reaffirm, I think, the thinking about prioritizing particular maps, and perhaps the way we can also reinforce that is, but also sort of leave room and acknowledge in writing that people can talk about, whatever they want. If they just want to call and make one appointment and do a brain dump of everything they are thinking, I think that's fine. But that perhaps, again, this is not, maybe this is just more administrative, but not for the motion, but that perhaps we could say that, the mappers will only be displaying one map. And so tell us which map you'd like us to bring up. They'll be talking about that whole region, like line here, or we don't want to be over there. So I think if we ask them to pick which map they'd like displayed during their comments, that feels also administratively like a compromise. So they can still talk about that region and other maps that impact that region, but that we won't have to use the several minutes sort of pause, bring one up, put one down, bring another one up, put one down. So that's my administrative proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly on that note too, I agree with what has been stated in the last 2 comments thus far. The break in the middle of the day, it sounds nice. Logistically, I just think that it's going to be a lot more work for our team to manage. And I also think about it in terms of, I can close my laptop and walk away whenever I want, right? And come back and listen to the recording. But our team can't do that. And having them be on for 12 hours, including the break, which we all know that Christian does not take a break when it's break time. He's still working. And I just want to be a little cognizant about what we're asking our team to do for this process.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes, so I appreciate everything that Commissioner Vasquez and Fornachari and Ahmed just said. I am in agreement with everything that was said in terms of the appointment times. I think it is going to be not only difficult administratively, but I'm still of the mind that I think it's going to confuse people. you know, I think as much as possible, I also just want, I guess this is for the public too. I mean, we do know that we can't control when people call in about what and all that stuff. And I think we just need to be cognizant of that. I do like the idea of that saying that we will prioritize certain maps so that hopefully people will know. And then there will be time, you know, at each block for anybody to just call back in if they want to just call back in and make a comment about something else. And I think we just know that people also have that opportunity. I just want to make one other maybe proposal or give one other thought for all of us to think about. And from a scheduling point of view, although it's not ideal, I'd like us to maybe even think about making making Saturday a day in which we will take input. And secondly, using Saturday as the longer day, where maybe this is where we'll get some of the catch up for those who feel like they had more to say but didn't have a chance to say it, or if we just have more input, because by that Saturday, most people will have had at least a week, if not longer, depending on when we actually are able to post the draft maps. And it could be that may be the day in which we'll try to capture more of the input. You know, while Saturday is probably not ideal for everybody, it is a day in which most people will also be off. And so I expect that we may get more participation on that day. So I wanted to just put out there that we consider just making it maybe a little bit of an extra long day, with the understanding for everybody who's involved, both staff and also commissioners, that will just be, you know, holding that as a longer time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. We'll go to Commissioner Sadwani and then Commissioner Turner.
Sure. Thank you so much, Chair Toledo. I just wanted to chime in on this one. I missed most of the earlier part of this conversation, but as I'm hearing it, I wanted to just uplift what happened yesterday. We didn't know what to plan for yesterday in terms of public comment, which was why we kept public comment on the last day and not taking it daily, because we weren't sure if we were going to have hours of public comment. That didn't actually happen. We had about 45 minutes of public comment. And even in that time, there was definitely, we heard several of the same pieces over and over again from different callers, and they have every right to do that. That's great. That's fine. But sometimes I do think when we're making extra time for folks, it gets filled, but it's not necessarily new information that we're always getting. And so I want to be cognizant of that. We have a lot of ways that people can submit comment to the commission. I'm all for taking public comment. I'm not trying to put any restraints on that, but I also think that we need to be realistic. I don't think we need these long 8-hour days, et cetera. Like I think having a realistic amount of time is reasonable. It's allows for public input, and also allows us to get our work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to hear from, I guess, staff. I'm not certain what is so difficult about scheduling in 3 90-minute blocks, 5 minutes each. And so I don't necessarily track with why that is so much more difficult to do. Number one, I do still feel strongly about the break in the middle. We can say we don't need it or it's not necessary or longer hours, but we do take breaks different times and walk away, et cetera. And I just feel that for this stage, it's important that we are all fresh and we're listening and tuned in to all of the information that comes in, and not just have the blocks scheduled long times, but we're not necessarily here to hear them long times. So I think it's important to provide the break in the middle, of course, and I would love for it to go forth with that motion. And if it's not voted for, it's not, but at least the public then will also have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not they believe that's beneficial or not. So with that, let's see, administrative, yeah. And so and we already have Saturday that's included as well. So still, I'm holding with Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The later times that I proposed, the 9:30 to 2:30, 4:30 to 9:30, no, 4:30 to 9. And we'll see public comment and then make adjustments based on what we hear.
Thank you. And then from staff, Director Kaplan, can you provide some do you have any comment on on the, just the administrative, I guess, burden.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the mute. So I think, I would say that there's just, it does expand the day. So it will require additional like shifts of staff and more coordination with the additional appointment time slots. If these do not, I think Commissioner Fornashari may have thought I'm just thinking through the process and how this went for the COI meetings. Commissioner Fornashari, if you had an additional note with that.
Yeah, so I mean, so several things, right? I mean, the proposal as it is a 12-hour day, right? And that's, Christian and team are on 12 hours, like staff, we have to put together shifts for the staff. We have to manage all that. I'm also thinking about how, the chair and the vice chair manage the meeting. I think about the COI input meetings where, we had one or two appointments in a session. And so we're all optimistic that we're going to get a lot of folks, but if we don't, I'm sorry. Somebody came to the door and is waving in the window. My apologies. But so we get, one person signed up for the last session of the day, and we have nobody for hours in before, kind of thing. We're obligated to come back, right? And so it makes a super, super long day, but B, it's just not there are, I think, many scenarios where the time management of the meeting is just, the complexity of time management is much, much bigger if we make a meeting this long and we split it across, with a break in the middle. So that was my thinking.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in. Personally, I'm flex, and I'm happy with however this lands. I'm also thinking of what Mr. Becker mentioned yesterday about how, in his experience, this commission is trying as hard as anybody, and maybe harder than anybody in the nation, to hear from the public and to receive input. And I'm glad that's our MO. I want to keep doing that. On the other hand, I'm not feeling the need to stretch ourselves, especially at this critical time when we need to conserve energy for the heavy lifting ahead, to make the nth degree of opportunity that may or may not be used. So, but very flexible about however this lands.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. With that, let's go to public comment. Katie.
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone for the motion on the floor. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And for those that have called in previously, if you will please press *9 on your telephone keypad, this will raise your hand indicating you have a comment for the motion on the floor. At this time, Chair, we do not have any raised hands, and we will keep you apprised of the instructions.
Great, thank you. We'll just wait a minute to see. Alvaro, in the meantime, can you display the motion so that we can all have it in front of us?
And for those that are just calling in, I do see that hand. We have caller 7912. You will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, commissioners and staff. This is Jacqueline Cotto, State Director of Civic Engagement Policy with Naleo Educational Fund. Thank you. Thank you so much for your robust conversations and all of the hard work that you're doing in the redistricting process. I agree that you are the best redistricting commission across the nation. You're my favorite so far, and all the hard work that you're doing really reflects that. I wanted to offer some suggestions on the draft map feedback, the meeting proposals that have been taking place. When draft maps are posted and they're released, we will need time to analyze the maps. We will need time to educate our community members on the preliminary maps and prepare them to provide you with meaningful feedback. So we would like for you to consider to calendar as many days as possible for feedback so that the community has flexibility to provide you with meaningful input. And thank you for adding a Saturday. I think that's really, really helpful for the communities and their schedules. But adding more days, such as November 22nd and 23rd, can also provide more flexibility for the public. And perhaps we don't need 12-hour days, but more days instead of long hours. I also agree with some of the commissioners' comments that scheduling input sessions by district maps, that can pose a confusion for our community members when calling in. They are already going to be checked out for the holidays and most likely will not be calling more than once. And they're already
10 seconds.
They're already ensuring that the COI hearing sessions provided by phone work well. So perhaps something similar.
Time.
Thank you, Ms. Cotto. With that, we have the motion in front of us. The motion is to approve the draft map feedback meeting proposal with edits from Commissioner Turner. Any discussion? Commissioner Fernandez, Ahmed, and then Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I guess now looking at the timeframes, it is a very long day for, and I'm not saying for us as commissioners, but it is for our staff. And as Ms. Cotto just mentioned, I realize the reason for doing map types by day, and of course, you can call in whichever day you want and give direction on the map type. I'm not sure if this is a possibility, but can we have like 3 line drawers on each day? So one for the Assembly, one for the Senate, one for Congressional, and that way they can call in and they can bring it up right away. That's just something I'm thinking about. And I'm open, I mentioned it in the beginning, I'm open to that Monday, Tuesday of Thanksgiving week if needed. Thank you.
Thank you for that out-of-the-box thinking. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair, and very good points, Commissioner Fernandez. I'm flexible however this lands. I just wanted to clarify the days that if Commissioner Turner had suggested changing the dates of the meetings, which are not reflected in the motion on the screen, but for some reason I recollect a change in that. So I'll just wait until that's clarified.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate Ms. Cotto's feedback. I would certainly be in favor of some additional days that following week. I think we've been talking about them as standby days, but I think it does make sense to go ahead and schedule those at least Monday and Tuesday. If we went into Wednesday, I think realistically, we probably wouldn't get much on Wednesday afternoon. So, maximum 2.5 days the following week. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Almost pushed the wrong button. Thank you. Yes, the original motion was through Saturday, which I think was not part of the plan, so that should have been included. I appreciate the public comment by Ms. Cota. I wanted to say, as much as I love Christian and our staff, my concern is not for them. We keep talking about, we're worried about Christian, worried about the staff. We're all here to do. Staff hired on to do, Christian hired on to do. So that's not the issue or the point. And this is a short time period. But what is an issue or a point for me is the public comment. And unfortunately and fortunately, we only received one public comment, which was I was curious to hear. So I do appreciate Ms. Cotto calling in. And what I heard in her desire was more days, not necessarily longer days. What I really don't have a feel and sense for since the start of this conversation, I'm concerned about us having enough time on the back end as well. That initial schedule that we had that said, now this is how many days we have to review the input that's received and now come up with our final maps. And so were those flexible days open moving into Monday, Tuesday that week? I think beyond all of the time periods, breaks, and all of the other piece parts, my concern was what are we losing and what does it do to the second part of our schedule when we either float days or now schedule in additional days for Monday, Tuesday? Does it shorten us on the back end? That's what I'd like to know. What is the time period we have? Because other than that, we can go with longer and shorter days. I'm concerned about the time frame that we have to work with what we've received.
Commissioner Kennedy, did you have a response to that? Because I know you've been looking at the timeline.
Thank you. I'm not intending to jump the line, just to say that, I'm happy to have shorter days as long as the blocks of time are situated in the days so that if we do need to go longer, we can. But if we only schedule something late in the day, and then we need to go longer and we can't, we've boxed ourselves into a corner. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Commissioner Anderson, Kodagawa, and Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, actually, Commissioner Kennedy brought up the one thing about I would like to schedule a chunk a little earlier in the day so we can extend it, depending on the appointments as that comes in. The other thing I want to bring up, though, is, right now the proposal is by map type, and I understand they said let's do different maps. I appreciate Commissioner Fernandez saying, well, let's just put more line drawers on it. We would have to do that because you have to, it's a huge amount of information you can't just go, boom, here's assembly map for the state. Now I want the Senate map for the state. Okay, everyone take a break while they bring that up. That's what would have to happen. So you'd have to have, if you want to go multiple maps, you'd have to have all the line drawers there. That was never considered in the contract. We'd pay extra for all that. And so I think that's one of the considerations by doing it by map type. There are other sort of issues with jumping back and forth. So I think we need to consider that. And unfortunately, I'd really like to have a discussion with the line drawers to work out, but some details on what they could and could not do, which I don't know if the subcommittee had the ideas to be that specific with the line drawers, because this, I believe, the line drawers kind of gave them this idea. So that's one thing I want to bring forward. And I'll just stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Sorry, there was one more thing about, in terms of extending to the 22nd, 23rd. that was not time that in terms of affecting our later dates, if you notice the original schedule, that all starts the Monday after. So those are our review days, review. So because remember, that's part of this 14 days still.
Okay.
No,
Commissioner
thank you.
Kutagawa?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I also want to appreciate what Ms. Koto said. I think, and I think that aligns with some of the conversations that we were also having as well too. But I think what she said about don't need longer days, but more dates makes sense to me as well too. I also do like the idea of what Commissioner Fernandez says. And I think here's a question that I would have, and this is maybe more for Ms. Kaplan in terms of the scheduling of the appointments, kind of similar to what we're doing with the district map presentations that we'll be doing the week of October 20th or 21st, where there is a need for individuals to state what maps they want to present. Is that possible to do in this time frame from an appointment scheduling point of view? And I know that it does take some time for you to kind of put the puzzle pieces together, but my question would be, if that were the case, then we could schedule the line drawers appropriately. And then with the understanding too, that if it's, whenever it's an open call, for anybody to call in who does not have an appointment, we would also have to have all of the line drawers available during that time. It's either that or we just have to build in more time so that one at a time, whoever is scheduled to show the maps is available to then, switch over to whatever maps it is. Also, another question is, can there be multiple computers? Maybe that's what it is. Instead of having it all on just one laptop, maybe we just have to have separate laptops for each ready to go in case, there's a request. So then that may negate the need to have all of the line drawers there. I think, I guess I would just like to just challenge all of us to just think very creatively about that. I also want to just comment on what Commissioner Kennedy said. I think Commissioner Sadwani may have referred to this, but I guess for me, we can mix up the times. I am of the mind that the earlier dates may not require an early start, because I think with what Commissioner Sadwani said, or maybe it was Commissioner Fornachari who was talking about, we anticipated this overwhelming flood of comments, and that didn't happen. And again, I just want to say, we do have multiple ways in which we can receive input. Personally, like I said, I also like the written one. But with that said, I'm thinking that maybe for the later dates that we go, whether it's the Friday, Saturday, we skip Sunday and then go into Monday, Tuesday, maybe we start those meetings earlier with the flexibility to go longer if we need to. But I'm just anticipating probably even if we start on that Wednesday or Thursday, I don't think we're going to get a flood just yet, because people are still processing all the maps. And then also to connect to what Chief Counsel Payne said, that we also need to remain mindful that there may be dates where we're going to have that flexibility in there, where if we have to do a continuation from the day before, I guess the question I would have for you, Chief Counsel Payne, is how early can we start without endangering, not being able to do that continuation unless we're willing to start at 8 a.m. or something like that. So I guess that ends my comments. Thank you.
So to your point, Commissioner Kutagawa, the law isn't exactly prescriptive on that. I think the best approach is to schedule that makeup before the subsequent meeting. The law doesn't explicitly require that. I think the commission can probably see some logistical confusion for the public as well. Somebody who's scheduled, say, for the appointment on day 2, but got in line on day 1, and now is part of the overflow, and then we end up scheduling that overflow meeting day 5. Now that person that was in line for day 1 now is speaking 4 days after somebody else. So there's some flexibility there, but I think there's probably a recommended approach, and that would be to clear all of the calls in advance of a subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to Commissioner Vasquez, who's next in line, and then after that, Commissioner Turner, and then Ahmed and Kennedy.
Yeah, again, I'm good with the motion as is, and will continue to be part of it. Did just want to flag that particularly, I remember in the early days when we sort of were taking longer breaks between appointment sessions because we had so few attendees, that many folks called in to give public comment and then had to wait several hours to, I think one caller even ended up waiting 3 hours before they could actually give public comment, because I forget exactly how the logistics worked out, but I do, in terms of thinking about making as best possible a community friendly environment, the long break in between may add to that risk. I am also of the mind, similar to Commissioner Turner, however, that for me, my concern is not staff, that we should build something in service of community and staff it appropriately. But did want to flag what sort of just occurred to me in terms of a potential community barrier.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate all of the comments. I think the only other piece that I wanted to add in is that we've heard from the beginning that we would get an influx of public comment after the draft maps were published. It's what we've read, it's what we've heard. And so I want to make sure that we're not overcorrecting what we did earlier with COI and having so much downtime and planning for the same to happen. If indeed it weighs true from 2010, the majority of the comments, so I've read, came in after draft maps. So I still want us to plan in however we move forward for the extra again, so that we won't overcorrect and then have people that can't get in.
Okay, we have Commissioner Ahmed, Kennedy, and then Director Kaplan. And Alicia, or Commissioner Fernandez after that.
And pass. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Three things. Sorry. First of all, I'm a bit confused because so far when we've been going through things with the mappers and asking them to show us the congressional district lines and the Senate district lines, and the Assembly district lines, they're able to toggle those on and off and back and forth very quickly. So I'm a bit confused as to why it's going to take so much time. I mean, moving geographically from one part of the state to the other takes more time, at least our experience so far. It takes more time to move the map than to toggle district types. So I might suggest that the mapping subcommittee touch base with Q2. We might even table this motion until they come back to us with a response or are able to get Q2 on the line with us to confirm what is and isn't possible and how long it takes. Finally, on the flood of comments or lack thereof, I agree with Commissioner Turner. Based on the 2010 record, this is when we're likely to get a flood of comments. People simply were not familiar with the concept of communities of interest input this time around, or as familiar with it as they are with providing input on maps. They frankly were not yet attuned, and we know that media attention is ramping up on this. So I would anticipate little, if any, downtime at this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. We have Director Kaplan and then Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry, I just took a bite of a carrot. I did want to just address Commissioner Kutagawa's questions. From a logistics standpoint, we can add into the appointment request form which districts they or which area or which district they would be providing comment on, so that the line drawers would have this in advance. I would not recommend for these meetings that it's done the way we're scheduling out the October 21 to 23. I think that we can post the appointments, allow them to fill up automatically, but include that note on, and this was also discussed with the Q2 team, that it would be helpful for them to know in advance as well, which, for each appointment, which region or districts they would be commenting on.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments at this point, or are we ready to take a vote? Commissioner Sidwani.
Sure, and I apologize because I missed the earlier part of this conversation, but it seems to me that we've had a lot of robust conversation on this. There's a lot of feedback. It sounds like potentially shorter days where there's longer hours, like some adjustments to the hours, possibly adding some additional days, some additional check-in with the line drawers about feasibility. I mean, can we amend this motion to reflect like our general consensus of support of the overarching components of this plan with this guidance, and to move it forward in collaboration with line drawers and staff? I want to also be cautious of time, because I know we have a number of other large conversations to have today, and it seems like we're kind of really in the weeds on a lot of this, which I think is important. And I think it's important that we have these conversations, but I do think we also need to move it forward. So, I mean, I would love to, and I'm trying to read the room here, and I'm late to the conversation, but to amend the motion to reflect the conversation, and then to, which is not specifically these timeframes of 9:30 to 2:30, break 4:30 to 9, but instead for the subcommittee to develop a time frame in response to this conversation and in collaboration with staff and line drawers.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. So we'll check in with Commissioner Turner to see if she is, to see her thoughts about a possible friendly amendment. Or not.
Is that cold?
No, it is not cold. What I heard Commissioner Sadwani say was to amend it to allow the subcommittee to take in all of the conversation and to come back with the exact hours and days. And I am amenable to that upgrade.
Very good.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that it was shared, if it hasn't been shared clearly so far. Commissioner Fornashari and I have checked in with staff. We have checked in with Q2 and Haystack on the line drawing role. We have checked in with the necessary parties, because those parties were already identified when we planned the COI input meetings. So this proposal that we put forward with Marcy's guidance and leadership through her report is a reflection of what our team has recommended in collaboration with the subcommittee. So I'm not sure what we would take back to then bring back to the commission that would be different. Based on the recommendation to go back and take it to discuss with staff and line drawers, et cetera, because that's already reflected. So,
Commissioner Turner, do you have any?
Yeah, I do. Then let me change the motion, and let me make a firm motion that I'd like to make. The plan accepted as it's written, with the addition of days: Wednesday, the 17th, Thursday, the 18th, Friday the 19th, Saturday the 20th, and as needed, scheduled the 22nd and the 23rd for the hours 3 p.m. to 8 p.m.
And you're also, the interpretation continues to be part of your motion,
The Spanish.
the Spanish interpretation.
Spanish interpretation continues to be a part. And yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have an amended motion, so we will have to take public comment. We have the opportunity to take a public comment once we have a second. So do I have Commissioner Vasquez, do you still a second? Or Commissioner Zadwani, do you want a second? Vasquez was the original, so that's why I was
Please be
asking
my
her
guest.
first.
I second the amended motion.
And we know Commissioner Sadwani is supportive too. All right, we'll take public comment at this point.
All right. The commission will now take public comment for the amended motion on the floor. For the amended motion on the floor. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. At this time, Chair, we do not have anyone in the queue, but we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Great, thank you. Can we have the motion presented?
1 second, Chair.
Chair, the instructions are complete on the stream at this time, and there is still no one in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I believe Commissioner Anderson has a question.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I'm sorry, I just want to clarify on the motion, you're just essentially taking the proposal and shifting the days back a day, but you're still, it's Congressional Assembly, Senate, and is that correct?
It's right, because what we've said is people will call in as they need. We won't. And the recommended, we can recommend, but people will call and do, and it's with the 5 minutes as is indicated in the plan. And I think also the plan showed 3 to 7, if I'm not mistaken. I said 3 to 8.
3 to 8, great, thank you.
I do see some callers calling in for public comments, so Katie, can you accept the callers?
Yes, Chair, I apologize. Really? Okay. We will start with caller 2829. You'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6.
Yes, good morning,
Floor is
Commissioners. This is Renee West-Delusk. I just have one comment. I think having any public input meetings the whole week of Thanksgiving, starting with the 23rd, it's going to be hardly anybody who's going to show up because a lot of people leave at the beginning of Thanksgiving weekend, and I think you're going to get very little testimony if you have anything after I think it's the Saturday the 21st or the 20th. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we will have caller 2887. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today and your hard work in supporting our communities. My name is Megan Kerr, and I'm a Long Beach Unified School District Board member and a lifelong resident of Long Beach. Our school district submitted a letter earlier this year, and the president of our board and myself have also provided public testimony. As vice president of the board, I want to thank you for the visualization of the Long Beach area released earlier this week. We were very happy to see Long Beach, Signal Hill, and Avalon grouped together. These are cities that our school district serves, and it's important to keep them together for representation, school and parent programs, and government grants. It's important also to include the city of Lakewood to any Long Beach visualization map. LBUSD serves nearly 70,000 students at 85 schools that are located across 4 cities: Long Beach, Signal Hill, Avalon, and Lakewood. Again, we serve students in all 4 of those cities. Please keep our school system together as you build districts and visualizations. We will work extremely hard, and we do as a school district, to ensure the best public education for our students. And these last 2 years during the pandemic have really highlighted the need for our school districts to have cohesive representation. Again, I thank you for providing so many opportunities for us to engage with you as the public and to communicate with you about our communities. I'm very grateful for your service. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And of course, public comment will be in this afternoon. With that, let's go to a vote. So let's
Chair.
get the,
Just real quick, caller 7912 has not spoke, and I just wanted to give them an opportunity to raise their hand if they'd like to.
Thank you,
for
Katie.
*9. Thank you so much, and we do have a raised hand. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon now. Thank you. This is Jacqueline Cotto calling with Naleo Educational Fund again. I just wanted to call in to say thank you for your amendments to the motion, and we support moving forward with that. So I just want to also thank you for including the Spanish interpretation to the input sessions, which is a comment that I wanted to make earlier, and I ran out of time. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Cota. And with that, we are ready for a vote. So let's display the motion and get ready for lunch.
Chair, I'll be adding the dates, just to be specific on here, if you allow me 1 second here.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sure. Do that first. All right, I've added AM or PM to the time, and I've added the actual dates that we're referring to in this motion. So approved draft map feedback meeting proposal with the addition of Wednesday through Saturday, 11:17 to 11:20, and as needed Monday and Tuesday, 11:22 to 11:23, from 3 to 8 p.m. Spanish interpretation to be part of these of the meetings. Is that correct?
Actually, I'm sorry, could we, because addition sounds like we're adding an extra day to the proposal. Could we say that the modification of?
Yes, thank you.
And PM, 12:02 p.m. Although normally I'm up that early or late. Thank you.
It was AM when we started this part, so, okay, yes. All right, we will begin the vote now.
I believe we have one more comment from Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay,
Yeah,
forgive me.
I just want to have an additional clarification in the motion. The Spanish interpretation should be both for a listening line as well as a comment line, if we could have that as a amendment.
I believe that what was accepted earlier.
I didn't know whether or not it needed to actually be spelled out, so that's
More
why.
more specificity is always helpful.
Yes, yes, thank you.
And just a quick, oh, sorry.
I believe Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Anderson were going to make brief comments.
No, on that interpretation, I thought it was just to have a Spanish interpreter available if needed, not necessarily the simultaneous. Is that what you were talking about?
No,
Commissioner
I was talking about both the, the simultaneous, or not simultaneous, but the interpretation so that those who want to listen in
Okay.
can also listen in on the proceedings, but also having the interpreter also available to translate comments for any of the callers. So it's
Okay.
both the listening and the commenting.
All right.
So listening and commenting.
Yes.
Is that
Thank
your
you.
interpretation, Commissioner Turner, that it was listening and?
I did not specify, so that sounds beautiful.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Anderson?
I just had a clarification. In terms of the order of the vote, didn't we have decided that that actually goes from after the chair?
I'm fine with going after the chair. So let's do that, Alvaro. We start with Commissioner Turner, and then we'll go down.
Very well.
Thank you. So let's do roll call for the vote.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons, Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Abstain.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
The vote passes. The motion passes.
Thank you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Sadwani, who will be continuing the meeting as chair.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that, Commissioner Toledo. Thank you for stepping in this morning while I had to teach. Whereabouts did we leave off in the director reports? I think was Director Seha next. Oh,
Yes, Chair, and I will not keep folks from lunch, so I'll breeze through my report. The social media analytics was posted this morning, or a few days ago, actually. Our total page likes for Facebook are at 1,149. Just checked in with our contractor for social media advertisements. Those are starting today, so we should see those numbers increase finally. Total followers for Instagram is at 294. Total followers for Twitter is at 1,791. LinkedIn has 305 followers, and YouTube is at 80. We're still waiting for the ethnic media contract to be approved by OLS. That should happen this week, according to our colleagues in Sacramento. We have an editorial meeting set up tomorrow with Sacramento Bee, and that's going to be headed by Commissioner Fernandez. And then we scheduled an editorial meeting with LA Times for Tuesday at 11 a.m. with Commissioner Sadwani. If anyone else wants to join that, please let me know, and I'll share the meeting invite. I did just receive the video to accompany the paper koi going to incarcerated populations. So that's ready to go. I'll send that over to Marcy so we can get it over to that department as we send them the paper COI tool. We will also be sending out the newsletter tomorrow. The chair has it and is reviewing it. And lastly, wanted to announce that our website has a drop-down feature where you drop down a tab and you can now view our website in 104 languages. If you haven't already, please try that and let me know if there's any discrepancies. Sometimes the text disappears. If that's the case, then we need to add additional formatting in there for it to not do that. So, but we have at least some additional language features for individuals that are visiting our website, which is awesome. And lastly, just wanted to say thank you to commissioners. I was actually in Sacramento earlier this week, and I got to see firsthand how much work you all are putting in, and my colleagues too on staff. And it's just pretty cool to see from the beginning of when I joined the commission to now how everything's working. I think we've got the cogs working, and we're an actual organization now. But I've seen all the time that the commissioners have put in with homework and having to rush dinner and go back to their hotel rooms to brush up on all the homework that they have to be prepared for the next day. So it's just an amazing process to be part of, and I want to thank everyone involved for all the hard work so far.
Thank you, Freddie, and big kudos to you and to all of the staff for all of the work that you do. It's really incredible. And what was it, 140 some odd languages? It's amazing. It's awesome. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Ceja, for the report and for the good news with the numbers. We continue to make progress. That's very encouraging. One thing that we had discussed at one point, and I just wanted to check and see if it's still a possibility or already in process. We were looking at, I guess, mirroring the Twitter feed somewhere on the website. I had mentioned that Riverside County Registrar of Voters, for example, during election season, their Twitter feed is scrolling live on their home page, and it becomes a very important information source for people. And I was wondering if we're still looking at that possibility for our website. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Actually, Martin, our communications coordinator, gave me a software that they used at his previous employer. And so we're looking into that, and I'll purchase that, if not today, tomorrow. But it should give us up to 3 social media feeds on the homepage. So we will have that ready to go next week.
Commissioner Turner.
Director Ceja, the video that was prepared for specifically the incarcerated population, are we able to see that, or is it posted somewhere already?
It's actually downloading still right now. It's rendering. So as soon as it's done, I will share it with the commissioners.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions for Director Ceja? If not, thank you so much. And we will move on to Chief Counsel Payne's report.
Oops.
Oh, was there another hand? Sorry, Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, I just want to give a shout out to Director Ceja because I was driving along the other day at home and hear the radio, and there it was. One of our commercials came on, and it was snappy, it was clever, it immediately caught my attention, and it wasn't just because it was us, it was the way it was framed. So I just want to give them a good shout out, and we're out there, which was really, really exciting to hear. So thank you very much.
Yeah, super excited. I haven't heard one of the radio ads yet, but definitely have seen the billboards while driving, and super exciting every time we kind of come in contact with it. And I'm hoping that it's having an impact for Californians out there far and wide. All right. Well, with that, thank you so much. And you're going to move on to Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. We wanted to give you a little bit of an update. There was a previous discussion on the last commission meeting about map requirements, and there was a little bit of ambiguity as to how day is calculated. So I wanted just to let you all know that the legal team here will look into, if not specific authority, at least maybe some persuasive authority where we can get back to you on what might be the best ways to think about how it's calculated, since it's not technically in the definition itself. With that, that was all my report, unless any other commissioners have any questions.
Any questions from commissioners? Okay, and with that, I believe there hasn't been general, like public comment on this agenda item previously, is that correct? Okay,
That's
so
correct, Chair.
Great, thank you so much. So with that, we will go to public comment on director reports, agenda item number 3 on our agenda.
Sorry. The commission will now take public comment on agenda item number 3. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, Chair, we do not have anyone in the queue.
Great, thank you. We'll wait for the live stream to catch up, just in case anyone wants to call in. For commissioners, just FYI, I'm just looking at the schedule. We're a little over where I had hoped we would be by now. So I apologize in advance, but I think we're going to have a working lunch for our closed session for today. I'm also hoping we are scheduled to go to lunch at 12:45. I'm thinking that we can start some of the subcommittee reports. I'm aware of a couple longer conversations in some of those subcommittees, like Mapping Playbook, for example. But I think some of the others, if we could get through them between now and lunch, that would be really helpful. We can take a 15-minute break from 12:45 till 1, so folks can grab lunch. And then we'll start closed session at 1 o'clock, just to try and stay on schedule for today. How are we doing, Katie, on the live stream?
The instructions are complete and we do not have anyone in the queue at this time, Chair.
Great, thank you so much for that. So with that, we will move on to agenda item number 4, subcommittee updates. And we will begin with government affairs and census. Commissioners Sadwani and Toledo. Commissioner Toledo?
No substantive update, so we can move on to the next one.
Perfect. Finance and administration. Commissioners Fernandez and Fornashari.
Hello. Sorry.
No problem.
Of course, you caught me the one time I got up for a second. Can we come back to this later, please? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Gantt chart. Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. We are continuing to work on this. I do need some further information from staff and/or subcommittees, particularly in relation to some of the contracts. The one thing that I would say, looking at the Gantt chart as it stood back in the spring, is that we've been able to start some things earlier than we anticipated, but some of the contracting actions have taken far longer than we anticipated when we set up that Gantt chart, and that has affected our work. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, Commissioner Kennedy. We will go now to outreach and engagement. Commissioners Sinai and Fornashari.
I guess you want me to go, Commissioner Fornashari? Okay. I brought it briefly, but I did want to get the input from all of you so we know how to give direction to staff regarding the paper the paper koi and distributing it to libraries. As I said earlier, I'm not sure at this point in time if the cost and the effort is we will get the input that we need during visualizations and line drawing. And I'm wondering if, we've got a commitment already from them to participate, if it makes more sense to create a flyer that's short, spiffy. I just saw one from the Chula Vista Redistricting Commission that's really good. I thought it was good. But so, do we want to invest, how do we want to use this partnership in the most effective way possible, where we are at this point in time? And it's not taking away from all the effort that's been put in, and or saying this was a bad idea. It's just that we've moved forward from, we're still going to get communities of interest at different times, but is that the best way to inform the public right now on how they can participate?
Great. And so does the subcommittee have recommendations for the commission to consider as alternatives?
Well, we had just heard today that it wasn't going to be ready because it needed an envelope. I think the recommendation would be to not do the communities of interest tools, because we're also going to have to do the envelopes with the libraries. With the incarcerated populations, we would want to continue in that direction. But with the libraries, maybe instead, send them not a PDF of a flyer, but actually print out the copies that they have so they can do it. They can just put them out, keep it as simple as possible. Also, because I know in speaking to them, their budgets are very cramped. So my recommendation would be however much, just to create a flyer that is bright, simple, easy, that the public telling the public how they can participate in visualization and the line drawing phases.
Okay, great. Looks like Commissioner Turner has and then Freddie, we'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to remember, Commissioner Sinai, and it might have even been Commissioner Kennedy, was there a suggestion or a process in play that was going to actually send a packet of paper coins to incarcerated so that we were not waiting for envelopes? And how did that go? What happened with that?
Director Hernandez, you spoke a little bit about it, but do you want to reiterate or elaborate?
Yes, I can elaborate on that. So originally, we were going to send a packet where the individuals could respond back in the form itself, or the paper koi would have the instructions as well as the address to send it back to us. That didn't result in something that could be done because of the requirements with the U.S. Postal Service. So we changed that. We went to the envelope option so that we can have the individuals put the koi response into the envelopes to return. We're still working, as I mentioned earlier, with the U.S. Post Office because it has to meet very strict requirements. So though we got 7 of the 10 drafts completed and approved, 3 of them weren't. So they're not moving forward with that. And we've had to go back and forth a number of times with them. Despite our efforts to try to get that resolved, it did not get resolved. Ultimately, we made the decision to go ahead and pursue sending the paper coins to the incarcerated individuals without the envelopes. And instead, we are going to provide them a box and a UPS label to put on the box to send it back to us. So that is where we are with the incarcerated population and the paper koi tool. As far as the others, we're still trying to work through the printing of the envelopes, but they have to meet the the Postal Service requirements before we can do so. So that's kind of on hold. The paper coins can be printed, but if we're going to stuff them into the envelopes to send them to the libraries, we have to wait till those envelopes are ready and printed as well. So that's kind of where we are. If we're going to shift, and instead of sending them the envelopes to send back or return, then we can go ahead and send the paper copies, the paper coins, the copies with the instructions directly to the libraries for them to have available for people that they want to share those with. And they've already provided us a list of how many they would want and what languages and so forth. So that is ready to go. We just have been waiting to try to provide them the self-addressed stamped envelope, so that they can send them back. Individuals can send them back in the envelope.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, a couple things, but first, I believe Ravi said he has an update on the communities of interest tool.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, hi. This is just fresh off the press. We actually have been approved for the return mail for the paper koi tool through USPS.
That is very helpful. Thank you for sharing that breaking news. Commissioner Fernandez, back to you.
Well, my comment was going to be to just send envelopes without the paid postage, but now we can just go ahead and send the envelopes. Great news. Thanks for that. Hot off the presses, Ravi.
Very good. I had seen other hands previously, and it looks like they're down now. Did anyone else want to weigh in on this topic or subcommittee report? Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I actually really like the idea of also sending a how-to flyer, how to participate, because if the only thing the libraries have is the koi tool, I think that is not giving the public everything, because I would really like that, and I'm pretty sure we actually have on our website some pretty clever combinations of that. So I don't think this is a huge addition, but I think it's a very valuable addition, and I appreciate the subcommittee bringing that idea up.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sinai, anything else on the subcommittee report? Yep. Great. Freddie, earlier you had raised a hand. Was there anything you wanted to add on this piece, or we're all set? Perfect. Thanks so much. Sorry about that. Materials development, Commissioners Fernandez and Kennedy. Kind of goes right hand in hand, I think, with this conversation.
Let's see, materials development. We did provide feedback on the video for the incarcerated populations, which has been finalized. That's what Freddie talked about earlier, and we're continuing to look at the report language for the final maps. So just working on some of the draft language. Anything else, Commissioner Kennedy?
That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. F, website subcommittee, Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor.
Nothing to report at this point. Thank you.
Very good. G, data management. We didn't take data management off of the list, right? I think we decided to stay on. Is that correct? Okay, great.
That's correct.
Very good. Commissioners Turner and Ahmad.
No updates.
Okay, very good. Community of interest tool, the koi tool, Commissioners Akutagawa and Kennedy.
Nothing to report at this point. Thank you.
All right, very good. I think we've kind of discussed this already, but incarcerated populations, federal facilities, Commissioners Kennedy and Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I have drafted a letter back to the Bureau of Prisons. I've gotten feedback on it from Commissioner Turner. I just need to finalize that and get it off. That basically is saying that, we were not looking for personally identifiable information as they interpreted our request, and just trying to work towards resolving this before the 2030 Commission has to deal with it. One thing that I did find in working on this over the last week is that there are a number of states that do have statutory language requiring them to reallocate individuals in federal custody. So I'm thinking that I would also propose to reach out to those states to find out, we can find out what's in the law online, but to find out how that experience has gone and if they have any suggestions for us as we try to prepare this for the 2030 Commission. So thank you.
That sounds great and really, really fantastic work. And I have a feeling you're going to be very busy over the next 10 years working on this issue. So thank you for your leadership on that. The Lessons Learned Subcommittee, also something that might keep you busy over the next few years. Commissioners Ahmad and Kennedy, and I apologize, I was moving on and now I'm seeing Marcy's, Director Kaplan's hand is raised. Marcy, you want to weigh in on the last one on incarcerated populations?
Yeah, I just want to highlight something really briefly, that if the public are using other mapping tools outside of the statewide database tools, those do not remove the federal inmate population, and so their population totals may be different. And so I think we can make this clear in our communications, but just want to highlight during the meeting now as well, since someone had flagged this from the public as well when they were seeing some differential, and then they realized what was going on.
I think that's a really great point, Marcy. Just if I may ask myself, are we identifying, particularly I'm thinking about for 2 weeks from now, October, I'll get the dates wrong, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Are we asking folks to, share with us their data source so that we can be aware of any of those differences, right? I mean, typically think of if I see something else, see the data source, statewide database underneath. If it's something else, it would be helpful to have that.
We can include that. So if someone is using the statewide database tools, for the most part, we are asking them, they don't need to submit the map, they can send the submission ID. So if there's others coming in outside, when they're actually sending in a PDF, we can ask that they include that. I would say maybe not require, but we could ask. We could ask that as well.
Right, just to provide their data source, I think would be really helpful for that piece. Yeah, thank you for raising that. That's really great. Thank you. And with that, we will go on to the Lessons Learned Subcommittee, Commissioners Kennedy and Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. As always, keep them coming. I've been very happy the last week or two that commissioners are sharing more and more ideas for our lessons learned exercise next year. My notebook continues to grow for that. Commissioner Ahmad and I are talking about possibilities for making all of these topics more widely accessible and so that we can solicit even further input on this. And I anticipate that the lessons learned exercise next year will be quite a substantive undertaking. Commissioner Ahmad, anything else?
Very good. I see a whole bunch of hands here. Director Kaplan, did you have something on this one? No. Commissioner Vasquez.
It's sort of a lesson learned, but maybe just more a request to consider. I was just wondering if staff, maybe Director Hernandez or Director Kaplan, or maybe even Ravi, it would be really helpful to have like a summary of actions taken, emailed out after the meeting and probably posted and yada yada. But like it would just be really helpful, especially for those of us who miss big portions of the meeting, to just know what actions were taken without having to wait for everything. It would just be really nice at the end of the day, whether we're recessing or adjourning, to just, these 3 actions were taken. That it would just be really helpful to also keep up with the conversation should we, miss a day and then reconvene. Thank you.
I see Alvaro has his hand raised. Were you trying to respond to that? I'm going to be helpful.
Yes, I wanted to respond really quick. We do have a summary that we put together. Ravi has been very diligent in providing a summary, which includes what motions were taken, so that you can reference that. It's kind of a quick and easy to kind of summarize what's gone on. It's not the transcript, it's not every discussion point, but it does summarize the information very concisely that you can kind of go back to the video. And it also does provide timestamp of the video so that you can go back to the video and listen to the dialogue that happened.
And sorry, and these are on the website, but they're not emailed out.
Correct.
But
They
I'm
are on the
missing them
website.
Got it. Okay. Well, then that's helpful. And I may have missed that in a meeting where I wasn't attending. So thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Commissioner Vasquez, would you prefer to have them also emailed to commissioners at a minimum?
That would be helpful. Yeah.
I think that's one small step, and I think Director Hernandez, if someone on staff could just help to get that out, and then everyone at least has it in their inbox. Thank you so much. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you. This is for lessons learned, but also perhaps for government affairs census. For the incarcerated persons state populations, I'm wondering if we could get a report at some point on how that went with the reallocation process. How many were successfully reallocated to last known addresses? How many had to be reallocated randomly? So we know how that went and how the next commission can plan around that.
That would definitely be a helpful addition to lessons learned. We are up against a break in just a couple minutes. We have 2 more hands, so I'd like to finish those before we break for lunch. Commissioner Sinai.
I'm not sure, Commissioner Yee, I don't know if you meant the state allocations, because the statewide database did give us that report.
Oh, did I miss that? Oh, my.
Yeah, so in the slide presentation they gave to us last week or the week before, it was in one of the first slides.
Okay, my bad. I'll look.
No, there's too much information, and I'm not doing, when I say it's been given to us, I'm saying it as a positive, not to because we all just need to help each other remember what we've seen. I did want to kind of talk about something that seems to be it's a big elephant in the room, and it's gotten a lot of play in the Twitter hemisphere, but I do want to put it in for lessons learned, that I think we need to create a participation policy, or the current policy for commissioners is that we can fill in a vacancy or someone who resigns, but what a vacancy means is not defined, and so it's very broad. And also, what does participation mean in the world of Zoom? Because I think each of us have defined it on our own terms, and it may or may not be what is needed or what the public believes. It's kind of too difficult to do something right now. We have the maps and everything else to do, but I do feel that for future commissions, it would help to have that clarified.
Very good, thank you. And I'm hoping Commissioner Kennedy and Ahmed are noting those suggestions down. Commissioner Anderson, and then we will break.
Yeah, thank you. Mine's really quick. Where is the summary of the meeting? Because I'm looking at, I expect to see it on the meetings, but it isn't. It's just the handout, a video, and the agenda. So where is the summary?
It should. Forgive me, Chair. It should be there. Now, the recent meetings may not be there yet, so let me take a look and see where we are with the most recent meetings. Obviously, we have to have time to put them together. They do get reviewed by the chair, and then they get posted.
Okay, because I'm looking at September 7th. I mean, so before that, August.
I'm wondering if this is something that the website subcommittee could potentially take on to make sure that there's a seamless transition from the notes being taken, the summaries being made, and then them actually appearing on the website and being emailed out to commissioners. I know Commissioner Kennedy, would that be okay for you? Yeah, great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. So we are at time for break. Commissioners Sinai and Vasquez, would it be okay to hold your comments until after we come back? I apologize for that. Are you both amenable to that generally? Yes. Okay, great. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. For commissioners, 15 minutes. So sorry in advance, but we do have a lot to get through, and then we will be meeting back actually in closed session. We will be meeting in closed session under the pending litigation exception, discussing exposure to litigation, the personnel exception, and the data security issues. We anticipate that conversation is going to take at least an hour. So as of right now, I'll anticipate that we come back at about 2 p.m., but I'll certainly be in contact with Christian with updates if we end up needing a little bit longer for those discussions. Okay. Thanks everybody, and we will see you back in closed session. Great, and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Thank you so much for bearing with us while we took a break into closed session. During that session, we went into closed session under the pending litigation exception, discussing exposure to litigation, as well as the personnel exception and data security issues. I am happy to report that we did take action on a personnel matter during closed session today. We had left off prior to closed session on agenda item number 4, subcommittee reports. And so I'm going to go next to the mapping, and we're going to pick up there. And we're going to go back to the mapping playbook subcommittee. I believe they have some documents that are posted for review. So I'll turn it over to Commissioners Yee and Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Turner and I have been working further on the mapping playbook. You'll recall we reviewed this last week, and I hope this will go fairly quickly because Commissioner Turner and I both took just about everything, more or less everything, maybe absolutely everything that everyone said, and were able to incorporate it into the revision that you'll see today. So I'll go ahead and share screen. Let's see, that's the mapping playbook, yes?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm not seeing anything. Yeah.
There we go.
Here we go.
You'll recall this comes in 3 parts. And so the first 2 parts are the ones we've revised. And so let me go over this. I've highlighted the parts that we involve any substantive revisions. So the first page, there were no substantive revisions. Getting into the second page, we added some items under communities of interest. So here are the items. Letter E, the whole question of whether community of interest input given by an elected official, given by an elected body through an official resolution of that body's, for instance, a board of supervisors or a city council, how to receive that. So we came up with this language. And by the way, these revisions have been reviewed by our BRA legal team. So to give due but carefully considered weight to COI input given the official resolutions by elected bodies. Then likewise, letter F, give due but carefully considered weight to input by organizations. Be aware of which interests a given organization does and does not represent, and be aware of how locally representative it actually is or is not. Okay, letter G addresses the question of using information from other than testimony. So it's appropriate to consider COIs known to commissioners through data or other documented evidence, even if those communities have not submitted COI input. And we had used some of the missing voices language in our discussions, but this is the language our council recommended we use. A little more roundabout and legalese, but addresses that point. Okay, going down to letter I, adding the provision to not discount any seemingly scripted input simply because it was scripted, but to give it full weight, on its own merits, and not to discount it at all.
Commissioner Yee, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can you zoom in on the
sorry.
actual document?
Am I?
Oh, there you go. A little bit
Much
more.
better? Okay.
Yeah, that's so much better. Thank you so much.
Even more?
I think if you can do more, it would be great. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay. There we go.
Yeah. And these are all posted in the agenda handouts as well.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, down to letter K. This is probably the trickiest one. What to do about input given in racial terms, given that we're not allowed to let race predominate in our drawing of lines, although race can be a factor. So the language the VRA Council and we came up with, consider racially framed COI input in the context of all other traditional redistricting criteria, so that race is never a sole or predominating factor except as needed for VRA compliance. And that's a little softer than some of the discussion, which wanted to really a little more proactively consider race input simply as a proxy for cultural, economic, social factors, that people would give that in racial terms, but, meaning a larger package of their community of interests. But this is the language we came up with. So a little less proactive than that, but still affirming that we can consider racially framed input, but just to do so in the context of other redistricting criteria and not letting race predominate. Okay, letter L, adding the language about using a critical lens to discern attempts to reverse engineer districts. Letter M, adding language about doing additional research outside of COI input, for instance, through reports written by local communities about their own issues, homeless assessments, homelessness assessments, and so forth that local communities have done. Okay. Then beyond that, we added a general mapping sequence that we're not locked into. That's our general intention, but of course there may be more back and forth in that, and we actually get to it. 5B, consult the most current data available, remembering that the 2011 maps are a decade old. And then section 6, I just highlighted the whole thing because I rearranged and added so many different things. So this is just the whole laundry list that we came up with of differences between now and 10 years ago that one would want to consider when comparing the two missions. Okay, yeah, discussion.
Great. Thank you so much for this, Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner. I mean, I think certainly we're going to have the discussion here, but I think what an incredible document to put together, not only for us, but also as a keepsake, I think, for 2030. Commissioner Anderson.
I'm sorry, before Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Turner.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, sorry.
No, anxious to hear feedback. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, first of all, yes, no, thank you, and I think you really did, you tried to get all the details of what people were saying and try to put it in here where you have it circled in yellow, which I really appreciate, with one glaring exception. And that is in, let's see, Roman numeral 2. These are ranked statutory criteria. We have A, B, C, and under D, we go completely off the rails and then come back to E, F, and G. So what I would like to do is under 2A, 2B, and then from C on down, move that section to a new item 3, Roman numeral 3, called other COI considerations, because those are not statutory criteria. Those are options that we're considering. And I do not want the public to take one look at this and say, that's what they have to do. Because the way it's written right now, that's exactly the way it reads. So I'd really, really like to, and we think we talked about that, but pull from C through M and move that out of the item 2 ranked statutory criteria. Because those are how the commission is considering evaluating COIs, which is, there's no legal, there's no statutory regulation, criteria for us doing that way.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So let's see. Under 2D2, everything down through 2A, so everything down through the first page, the bottom of the first page, is statutory. That's all a copy of the statutory
Correct.
language. And then I see what you mean that by...
And B is as well.
B as well, actually.
But then C on down
From C on is our interpretation of how to do...
Correct.
COIs. That is true.
And
That
so
is true.
if we made that like a section 3 and then moved, the other sections as 4, 5, 6, and then 7, we'd put in other COI considerations and leave all that. So it would be a different category. I thought about putting it under some general principles, but they really are specific to the COI. So, but it's an idea. But please pull it out of that section.
I think what we could do is we could, so there's 1 and 2 here, and then we could start a new 3 where the non-statutory language starts, right? Between B and C there.
Yeah, and just say other COI considerations.
Other non-statutory COI considerations, and then this number 3 would end up as number 4. Then.
Exactly. That's, yeah.
Okay.
No, thank you very much.
Definitely. Other discussion?
Thank you. So great work. I think it's very comprehensive. I had some questions about the final section, which covers the differences between us and the 2010 Commission. I was just curious what the purpose of this section was. Is it just to give a historical framework? Is it to highlight? I was just trying to figure out. It all resonates. It all sounds correct. It's all great, and I appreciate that. I was just trying to figure out how it relates back to this playbook, and then it got me thinking about what the purpose of the playbook is, how we intend to use it, and is it more of guidance to the commissioners on how to balance these issues, how to think through this? Is it for the public to see our thinking on these issues? So I'm just trying to, and maybe you and Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner can give us a little bit of, and you may have already done this and maybe I missed it, but just a little guidance on what the purpose of this document is and how we intend to use it. Thank you.
Right. So the purpose is absolutely that, to give us guidance as we draw lines, what to consider and how to consider it. So an obvious example, how to consider conflicting COI. Some people want the town to be kept together, other people want it to be split. So how do you weigh that? So here we give some guidance to that. And we also set out just, the 6 statutory criteria all in one place, clearly, with a little bit of explanation to help emphasize, the criteria that we're using. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the most detail obviously has to do with how to handle COIs.
Yes, and can I jump in, Commissioner Yee? Also specifically to your question, I believe concerning the key differences portion down at the bottom, the key differences relative to 2010, there's been a lot of comment and testimony about, 2010, if we should consider, if we should not consider, et cetera. This piece was added in. Initially, I think it had a different look, and it seemed to appear most negative, so we tried to add in positive as well, which kind of changed a little bit the intent of it, but basically we still thought it was good information to leave, just to point out that there are distinct differences. We can't do it was never the intent to do things exactly like 2010, but there were some things that went well that they did. There are other things that, just based on what's going on in the world is totally different. And we just thought this would be as good a place as any just to capture, to keep that in the back of our minds as we're line drawing.
Precisely. So Section 6, there's nothing actionable, I guess you could say, but it provides context that could be helpful. So when we talk about COIs, this provides context on how we received COIs, which is different than the way 2010 can receive them in terms of time frame as well as method and so forth. Any other thoughts?
seeing none. Oh, I spoke too soon. Commissioner Toledo.
So I guess, so this is to help us with difficult decisions that we might have during the line drawing process
That's right.
Okay. And that, so, because I did see some of that in the highlights and across the documents, but I was just, it's for decision-making purposes then.
Right.
As we balance things through. All right, great. So it's a balance. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
And if I may, I think also, I mean, when the subcommittee was formed, it was really in response to requests from commissioners that such a document be developed, and that we as a commission take the time to think through and document what this process looks like and our thinking on how to proceed. Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I think I might be a little bit premature. I was wondering if you wanted a motion, but I'm thinking maybe you want to go through the attachments first?
That's correct.
Okay.
You're psychic.
I'm good.
And I had well, one more thing. Just on the on one of the bullets, right? I believe it's bullet I, and I can't. It's in the screen right now where it says, "Do not discount." Oh, sorry, it wasn't I. It was the one right above that. If you just go up a little bit. Keep scrolling. It was specifically around the input that comes from HI. So in case of multiple substantially identical COI input submissions that appear scripted, generally evaluate the COI on its own merit, nothing the above considerations about quantity of input. And then it says in highlights, do not discount such input merely for seeming scripted. So that would be the guidance to the commission. We don't discount. But individually, we all balance these things, right? So we're all balancing. So I'm trying to understand how the balancing, because we're all individually balancing the input, fits in with do not discount such input merely for seeming scripted, right? So we're being, to a certain extent, we're agreeing not to discount, while at the same time, occasionally we'll have to balance these things because we, and depending on what we hear, what we individually hear. So I'm trying to balance how we do that, how we do the balancing between what's I guess guidance here versus if some input just seems really scripted, it's the same thing over and over again, and maybe doesn't resonate with us individually.
And the if I hear you correctly, Commissioner Toledo, what you're naming is exactly what we want you to do, and the reason for this is this particular statement in the add-on. We do want it to be balanced. We don't want. There's been comments and feedback given in regards to testimony that is being read or form letter. And sometimes it can seem that it's almost a discouragement of such or a discounting of such. And so this says do not merely. And so the paying close attention to the words, it is more of the balance that's there. And it's saying because it's scripted, we don't want to discount it merely because it seems that. We do want to balance it in with everything that's being said. So we're trying to embrace all of the feedback that was given that says that we recognize that there are groups that have gone out and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, whether we did or didn't capture the number of people that participated. So, and people that are new to the process that will appreciate being able to show up on camera and read off of a script. So we get all of that, and it may be repetitive information. So we want to hear it. We want to recognize it came from different sources, but we also don't want to just, downplay it. We want to keep it in. So the balance, I think, that you're talking about, that you're raising, is what we're really trying to get at.
That's very helpful, and I think just highlighting the merely that you just did, I think that helps me tremendously because sometimes it got lost for me. But I think I see it now, and I appreciate it. That's the balancing piece. Thank you.
I mean, we had some, COI input, multiple COI input on the same topic and the same point of view. That was eloquently different in their phrasing and, examples, but did hit all the same bullet points, so that's an example of less scripted, but also group input in the same sense. So, we weigh all that on its own merits and not consider one more important than the other.
Very good. Commissioner Yee, would you like to, and Commissioner Turner, would you like to continue through the attachments?
Okay, so there are two attachments. One is and tell me if this is too big. Attachment 1. This was the attachment that has to do with what to do about the 2011 maps, what to do about the existing election districts, and whether or not we should look at those at all or not. And so the biggest caution here is that we don't want to look at them in a way that starts putting us in peril of favoring or disfavoring incumbents or different parties or political interests that are represented by, could be construed as represented by this map. So nevertheless, there are times when we will need to consult those maps, and they're enumerated here. So again, highlighting the substantive changes from what we reviewed last time. Under A1, an explicit note that we will consider the 2011 Section 5 districts. We're not committing ourselves, one way or another about what to do about them, but we will explicitly commit ourselves to looking at them. Okay, this was probably the biggest change. Under B, given the plethora of demographic changes in the past decade, the 2021 Commission will not routinely proceed by simply assessing and then modifying existing districts. So this means we can, but we will not always start there, and we may not stop there. We have the freedom, but we certainly will not routinely start there. That's the language we came up with. Okay, continuing. Bridging data gaps, just a note, once again, locally generated reports and studies may be very useful in bridging data gaps. And then you'll recall Karen McDonald talked to us a little bit, explaining this question of Senate district and deferral, the issue of deferral, and how when we get to numbering the districts we come up with, we need to be mindful not to switch people odd to even districts in a way that unnecessarily defers their next Senate election. Okay, discussion on this document. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. If you could go to under B, let's see, we're saying right in the general topic, not under, before you hit to 1, and it says, oh, sorry, I'm off camera. Thank you. Didn't realize I was off camera. In the section just under B, before you hit the item 1, when it says about the 2010, 2021, we'll consider other district boundaries, but then you say specifically the current boundaries will be used to inform parts of the racially polarized voting analysis used for compliance. Isn't that just to inform its initial parts of racially polarized voting analysis? I don't want people to think, oh, we're using old boundaries to do the RPV. There's an initial, and then you go from there. The initial, the current district lines.
I think Commissioner Sadwani is probably the one who could speak to this, but I think RPV analysis can only be done on old boundaries because you have to look at old elections. You don't have.
Well, actually, you break it down by precinct, and then you combine what's in those different precincts. That's your initial, and then when you're actually do a new district, you actually look at how those areas have voted. That's just, you start with what happened in the current boundaries, current districts, but then you, remember we had that whole discussion.
Sure.
So I just want to say, add, but to inform initial parts.
So, Commissioner Yee, Commissioner Anderson, let me have you listen to the way that it's worded again, because what you're bringing up is what we try to address. So listen to how it's there. Hear it one more time for us, if you would. And so it's reading, given the plethora of demographic changes in the past decade, the 2021 Commission will not routinely proceed by simply assessing and then modifying existing districts. Nevertheless, the 2021 process may necessarily consider the current boundaries in specific situations, and the 2021 CRC may decide to consider current district boundaries during at least some other aspects of the current process. So with there so far, now tell me what you're...
Then, as what we do, the very next line, no, I really like the way that reads so far, because that's certainly
Okay,
the
so then
intent
let's
of what
go
we've
on.
been
So
saying.
then specifically, the current boundaries will be used to inform parts of the racially polarized voting analysis used for VRA compliance.
Yeah, and there what I'm saying is it's initial parts. It's not like we're actually using that
Okay.
as, and like
Initial
that is the data, and that's where we're using existing districts to do RPV.
So your
RPV.
suggestion here is specifically the current boundaries will be used to inform initial parts.
Correct.
Commissioner Yee?
I think that's fine.
And then I did have another one, but I left my notes, and so I'm trying to find it, so I'll come back.
I'm wondering just if in the interest of time for these wordsmithing kinds of components, if they could be emailed to the subcommittee.
Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I guess I just wanted to reiterate what it says in the beginning, that there's some thoughts regarding whether, when, and how the commission might consider the district boundaries. So it's not that we're going to use these, because initially when I read it, I read B2 regarding the rationale of current lines and using the 2010 logic, but we don't have to use it. And again, when you get to bridging the gap, it says we're going to use it, but we don't have to use it. So I just want to remind everyone that it's not like set in stone. It's just, if we determine to use it, we can use it or not, or we can do something different. So thank you so much for going back and putting our suggested additions, and for me reading it better this time around than last time. So thank you for listening.
Sure. But I do think, I think we do have to use them. If somebody gives COI input in terms of their current district, that refers to their current district. There's no way around that. So, we may not dwell on that for sure, but I don't think we can just not think about it, right? Commissioner Toledo?
No, to that point, well, first, I think my understanding is legal has our VRA council, our council has reviewed these documents,
Yes.
has already opined. So, and I agree with Commissioner Fernandez that it looks good, and it's guidance, and guidance is always can be modified if we need to, right, in the future. And so it's not that we have to use it; it's that we can use it. Is my thinking at this point, because it can always be modified later, because it's more policy than anything else.
That's
So
right.
thank you.
Okay, anything else on attachment 1? Commissioner Turner, anything else?
Nope, I think I'm ready to move.
Okay, attachment 2. Okay, this is still incomplete. The line drawing phases plan. We've already looked at this. You'll recall it has 4 parts. Parts 3 and 4 still need to be written out. So I'm not quite sure how to proceed with this. If we should proceed with approving it, the playbook and attachment 1, or whether attachment 2 and just leave it incomplete for now, or what to do. I know Lawn Drawing Committee worked on this mostly, so I don't know if they would like to comment on it.
Well, I was just going to say from a procedural standpoint, perhaps we can approve or have a motion to approve the playbook and attachment 1. And if and when this document is completed, we could always come back and approve
That's
attachment
good.
2. It's an attachment, so I think that would be a reasonable way forward.
It is referred to in the playbook, so just to note that.
Commissioner Toledo?
I'm comfortable with making the motion to approve the playbook and attachment 1. I'm comfortable with approving what we have for attachment 2 at this point. It sounds quite sound, and it's been reviewed by council, is my understanding. Certainly, there's other sections to be added potentially, but it's a work in progress, and it's so at this point, I'll just approve or motion to approve section or the playbook attachment 1. Because I think those are complete, and so I'll leave it at that. But I'm open to approving section 2 if the rest of the commission is as well.
And with noted edits, please.
With noted edits. Well, yeah.
So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I was going to second it with maybe a friendly, what do you call it? Amendment that we could also include attachment 2, and then need be in the future, we could do an addendum to it or an amendment.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, so I'm happy to accept the motion,
Okay,
the amendment.
Great. Any discussion? Is Alvaro with us to put together the motion? If no other discussion, Katie, we will go to public comment on this motion.
I can help you with that motion or with that public comment, Chair.
Thank you, Christian.
The commission will now take public comment on the motion on the floor to approve the playbook. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID number 819-9566-8446. Once you've dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call and instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided on the live stream landing page. And there are no callers in the queue at this time, Chair.
Okay, great. We will just hold until we complete that on the live stream. In the meantime, any final considerations from commissioners?
Just on the motion is to approve the playbook and attachments 1 and 2 with noted edits. I believe the noted edits, there were noted edits to both attachment 1 and 2. Thank you.
Can I also note that there should be no E between the H and the M?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Kitagawa. Good catch.
I did that for Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you for noting that edit.
Linda got it before me, or Commissioner Kitagawa.
And we do have a caller in the queue, Chair. Just a moment.
Let's go ahead.
Caller 0784, if you please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, the floor is
Hi,
yours.
this is Tom from the city of Torrance, and I've been following you guys for the last 4 days, and you guys have been great. Your 100-page day yesterday was awesome. What really struck out to me today on the mapping playbook was section 6 under key differences. It seems to me that this would make a lot more sense under your lessons learned committee, especially 6B, dealing with the 2020 elections, the January 6, 2021 insurrection, Black Lives Matter, et cetera. I just see that this opening up a can of worms, political potential litigation and the like. So I just don't really see the need for section 6 of the playbook in terms of your priorities for drafting districts for the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your call.
And that was all of our calls at this time, Chair.
Great. Thank you so much, Christian. That's a pretty specific comment from the public. I don't know if the subcommittee wants to respond, or we can just move forward with the vote.
I'd like to respond just by saying I thank the commenter, appreciate calling in with that, and not locked into moving it or not either way. It was put here, all of these piece parts is just pointing out differences being the distractions, the things that took people away from participating. Maybe had some people participate more, I doubt it, but it was named in that sense, not so much as a political issue or agreement or disagreement. It just was what was during this time period.
Very good.
Absolutely, yeah. We simply named these things. We certainly did not take any positions on them. I tried to give any partisan flavor whatsoever to them.
Very good. I know Commissioner Vasquez had a hand. Is that down now or back up? Do you want to go first? Maybe.
Sure. I mean, I think I understand the purpose of including the pandemic, particularly as it relates to civic engagement and the possible lack thereof. I think both in the census and in engagement in our own process. I think we have to acknowledge how that has impacted the line drawing process, and I think that's not. To me, that's not as political as some of the other things the commenter listed could be interpreted as. The pandemic feels incredibly practically impactful to our work, and it feels necessary to acknowledge that.
Indeed, I mean, events in Washington affected operations in our office in Sacramento. Literally. So.
Yep. Thank you for that, Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yeah, I just want to, I feel like I'm kind of going all over the place on this, but I do appreciate what the caller just pointed out. I think for me, when I first read this portion, I mean, I really appreciate and really do like the playbook. I'm just wondering if it does need to be then, given the comment that was just shared, I'm wondering if instead of breaking it down globally, nationally, statewide, I think under some of the global areas, there is a very specifically, California-centric part to it. I think maybe removing the national part, I mean, it's either one of two ways. We either remove it or additional context is going to need to be added to that opening paragraph where it says when drawing lessons from the 20, all that. I think maybe it needs to be much more clearly stated that it does not need to be political, but then to have to then explain that I don't know, maybe that's just not necessarily. I would just say on the statewide part, I would also remove then, if we're going to remove any kind of political references, we should remove the gubernatorial recall election, even though that was a distraction for some, not necessarily for all. But I do think the wildfires is one of those kind of, nonpartisan. This we saw the impact in the kind of input that we received from, a significant portion of northern, the far northern part of California. And so I think that would fall in under the same kind of category as COVID-19, which regardless of, any kind of, identities or perspectives or even political leanings, it was something that I would agree with Commissioner Vasquez. It impacted us, in multiple ways. And so that would just be my recommendation, is that we remove the national part, we remove the gubernatorial, we just also remove any reference to global or statewide and just say, these are some major things that just impacted everybody regardless of, political leaning or otherwise, or anything that people may, want to perhaps use as a cause for potential litigation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I see a whole bunch of hands here. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask again whether this section specifically was reviewed by council, given that this doesn't appear to be guidance, it appears more to be context and background, and in a guidance document. I remember when I looked at this, all of this is true and is accurate. It's all very good information, but not really guidance to the commission So I'm just wondering if this has been reviewed, and that's my question.
This section was not reviewed, no. And I'm not wedded to it. You know, if it's just going to cause more discussion and, you know, and problems. I mean, on the other hand, many of these items were things added because people asked them to be added last time. So, you know, it's fine if we've now changed our mind about that.
So just on that, I think it's important to have this someplace. I'm not so sure that this is the best place for it. It might be. There are so many other documents where we're already capturing the historical aspect. I don't want to lose this because I think it's important. It shapes how we came about, what we ended up doing, how we developed our strategies. But given that it's not necessarily guidance towards the line drawing, but just the context and the background, that there might be a better place for it, especially if it's going to create or has the potential of creating,
sure,
you know, some
Yes.
background unnecessarily.
I'm willing to cut it. Commissioner Turner, are you feeling?
No, I'm not willing to cut it. I am willing to move it. I do think it has important context and relevance. And I think that for any one of these did not impact everyone, but I think all of these impacted a substantial amount of people. And so it just is a matter, again, of frame and where people are coming from as to whether or not they were impacted by the crisis of Black Lives Matter or if they were affected by the crisis of fires. There's certainly Black Lives Matter people that don't live in the mountains by the fires, and there's certainly folk there that weren't impacted. So I think it's all framing. So yes, I think it's important. I am not willing to lose it. Certainly understand why it does not need to be or does not have to be here in the playbook, but I would want to move it to one of the other documents.
So given that, Commissioner Toledo, did you want to make any amendments to your motion while you have the floor?
So I'll, as an amendment, I will ask that we, and I don't see the amendment up there, but to add a provision to withdraw this section from the playbook and add it to some lesson learned document, or if, I'm not sure if there is to put it in some other commission document that I believe there's a lessons learned document that so
Yeah,
maybe into a lessons learned document.
Very good. Okay.
I could just make a note of it and add it under the noted edits that have already been mentioned as part of the motion.
Very good. We have a line of hands, but I'm seeing Commissioner Fernandez maybe wants to jump in on this point in particular. Is that?
Yes, I definitely don't want to lose it. And being part of the materials subcommittee with Commissioner Kennedy, I actually was going to have some of this information included into the draft language when we submit our maps. So I think that would be a very good place, noting what our journey has looked like. So that would be my recommendation. I don't know, Commissioner Toledo, is that okay?
I think that's a great recommendation, and I'll accept the friendly amendment.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So thank you very much. Great place to put it, because I agree with Commissioner Turner. All of these things have affected our maps. I mean, you know, the gubernatorial recall election. You know, that's why a lot of people nothing was going on because they were all working on that. In terms of our communications, no one was talking redistricting. It was all the recall. So all of those things affected us. And I was actually thank you, Commissioner. I'd forgotten that the January 6th, the commission office had to shut down. So all these things affected us in all the different ways. So I was really glad to see this, and I love the place where we're putting it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, I read through this, and then every time I keep reading through it, I think, oh, but this needs to be included, I think to what has been said, I think I just want to affirm, and maybe I have to say it out loud again so that I make sure I'm understanding it. I absolutely agree that this cannot be lost. I think it's just part of it is I'm thinking in my mind that this is to give a context for what else was happening all around us, right? So whether it's Black Lives Matter, the Stop AAPI Hate, whether it is the refugee crisis, whether it is the fires, the gubernatorial election. I would also add in Californians burdened by job loss and also, the increased numbers of unhoused, individuals. Those are all the context in which the environment in which we're working in. The direct correlation for me is an example of COVID-19 just meant we could not meet in person. We had to do things in other ways. The census delay had a direct result in, how much longer our work extended and now our crunch time. So I think for me, there's a distinction between those two. So I just wanted to say that out loud, and I appreciate, the continued brain trust that we have amongst the 14 of us to try to figure out ways to, to frame all of this. So just wanted to say that out loud. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. I think point well taken. And it sounds like Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy will be using this in that document, which might be a more appropriate place for that framing, as opposed to any document providing guidance on line drawing. So really important work, definitely great to be captured. With that, are we prepared to proceed to a vote? Alvaro, do you want to pull up the motion one more time?
Here you are, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I think we're ready to call the roll.
So I'll review the motion one last time. Motion to approve playbook and attachments 1 and 2 with noted edits. Amendment to add provision to withdraw section 6 and place the language in the final report document. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Maybe to just withdraw section,
Yeah.
what's that, 6?
6.
6, and place the language in the final report document.
Draft, in the draft, because we don't know what's going to make it to the final, right?
In the draft report document.
And right above that, maybe mapping playbook, just to be clear. And also in the motion.
Does that work there?
All good.
That looks fine.
All right. We'll begin the vote.
Actually, Alvaro,
Yes.
can you scroll back up and just remove final, the third to last word? Yeah. I thought you were going to do that, Alicia. That's your job.
But before we do
I'm
that,
failing.
how else do we differentiate this report document? I think it is our final report document that we're speaking of, and it's the draft of the final report.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Commissioner Kennedy?
It's actually the map, the report accompanying the final maps. It's not necessarily our final report. We may issue a final report that covers everything from the establishment and organization of the commission through the very tail end of litigation and lessons learned. So it's the maps. Thank you.
I think that's very specific and very good. I accept that amendment.
Get rid of after draft report, so just draft report. I was very lacking in my duties today, so I have to catch something.
I love everyone's specificity. This is fantastic. I think we're ready for the vote. Alvaro?
Very well. We'll begin the vote. Commissioner Taylor. I'm sorry. Let me begin again. Commissioner Sinai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sarwani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And with that, was there anything more from the Mapping Playbook Subcommittee?
We do have the ready reference just to share. No action needed. So we were asked to put together a collection of some definitions and such that might help us in our work. And so we have done that. If any of you downloaded this last night, this morning's version is improved. If there's anything you wish changed, just email us. I don't think we need to discuss it here. So all the population numbers that you've already seen, collected once again with the 5% ranges. County populations, these are from the statewide database, the PL94 adjusted for reallocations. In all 482 California cities, actually cities and towns, I need to update that, with their populations, all alphabetically. There you go, 482 cities. Map of the counties, map of LA County and its incorporated cities. And then a bunch of terms and acronyms, a pretty random list, just things that we've heard or used, have come our way, not intended to be exhaustive, but just for ready reference. Government and administration, Henry Gantt. And then terms, and I note in this document, and I'll note here, these are not legally precise definitions, they're just general descriptions. Help you remember what was what, some VRA terms, coalition districts and so forth, some racially polarized voting terms, not intended to be legally precise. So we have to throw in some trivia. Okay, here's a 2-page summary of the ERA. Again, not meant to be legally precise, but a general description. Just to remind you, and these are all things we've heard in several training presentations. And then finally, the map requirements document that Chief Counsel Payne prepared for us, and I pasted in here. And this is a slightly updated version, I believe, with 11 points, not 10. And that's that. Not a policy document, just a ready reference. We were calling this the cheat sheet, but I decided to make it a little more dignified.
Wonderful. I'm wondering if, I see there's a line of hands, and I'm wondering if Commissioner Turner, being a part of the subcommittee, might want to go and weigh in first.
Absolutely, I do, because I just want to confess before God and everyone that this is totally Commissioner Yee, and I needed to publicly say that because I wanted to fangirl out over it. It's the best document I think we've delivered so far. Bravo, Commissioner Yee.
I love that. Thank you. Commissioner, I know Commissioner Yee already said he is happy to take amendments and changes via email. Commissioner Fernandez, do you want to jump in?
No, I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Turner said. This is a great document, and thank you so much, Commissioner Yee, for all your time and efforts into putting all the information I'm going to need as I travel in one document.
It's a pleasure.
Absolutely. And Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. This is awesome, Russell. The only The one addition, and maybe we just all have it on our own, but I do want to, I've been thinking a lot about this, is the other demographic data that either from ACS or from the census, and I'm not meaning just the ethnic data, but age, kind of how counties are split up age-wise as well as income is really important as we were thinking about, it kept coming, kind of trying to figure some of those out. I don't want us making assumptions that just because a county is Latino, it's low income. That and I want us to be able to have those conversations based on some of that data. And the reason I'm bringing up age is because we have a very young population in California and a very old population in California, and services, there's specific services that and focus that needs depending on the age of the population. And so that may come into play in some of the work that we're doing. And so that's why I keep going back to it'd be helpful to have demographic data. The other thing, I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Commissioners, I strongly recommend that you do get a AAA map of California and maybe Los Angeles, because if you've never seen an old school map, it would be good for you to go back to an old school map. But it does have all the mountain ranges and freeways and waterways and all that. And I did use it during my hashtag redistricting road trip. I use that to map out my whole thing, but I had been using it since the very beginning. So a AAA is the California Auto Association. And if you don't have a membership to the AAA, and so you don't have, I'm sure we can get copies of the maps, but I have 3 copies of them now. You need 2 to tape them together to create the whole state of California, because it's printed on one side and then on the other. But I strongly recommend it just because it helps you see all the different pieces. Yes, go ahead and explain unfolding. The old folks are making fun of me talking about it, and the young folks are making fun of me. Maps are still important, and I think a lot of us aren't using map. Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop there. If you want a AAA map and you're not a member, let me know and I'll pick you up one. How's that for an answer?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Sinai. Yes, I remember many a times of having to unfold the whole map and chart out a drive. Commissioner Kutagawa.
This wasn't what I was going to say, but I do want to throw out something else that Israel is probably going to go, what? Has any of you used the Thomas Guide?
Oh, those are horrible.
So anyways,
what is that? What is a Thomas Guide?
Yeah, that used to be my
I've heard of TomToms.
Yes.
Right? TomTom? Is that?
Before TomTom, that's probably how they got the TomTom. It's probably because of the Thomas Guide. That used to be my GPS before. I just wanted to also appreciate Russell, and I don't, just for the sake of saying that I'm just going to add this and it may cause some controversy amongst some of the commissioners, but I know that another term that has been used amongst certain individuals is the term Latinx, which I know is controversial in the Hispanic, Latino, Chicano, Hispano, Latine community. And so, but I thought I'd just put it out there just for maybe addition under the other terms, AMESA, AAPI, BIPOC, and MENA, because that has been used here and there. So I don't, anyways, for the sake of just being ultra inclusive. But thank you, Commissioner Yee, for all of your fabulous work. And I wish I had this 3 days ago.
Great, thank you. I see Commissioner Vasquez wants to come in here, and then if we're done after that, then we'll be moving on. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, I like Commissioner Kutagawa's addition. I think Latinx is gender inclusive, and I prefer that term, and I use that term professionally and personally. So would like it included.
Very good, thank you. Any other final thoughts from, oh, Commissioner Snai, you're trying to get in there?
As an old fart Latino, I would say I prefer using Latine because that's what Latin America would like us to use, because X doesn't exist in Latin America if you want a gender inclusive one. And so that is what South America and Latin America on the whole has been using. But I really don't care. But I will be honest, most people in the community, I've done focus groups and stuff, and someone will bring up, the facilitator will bring up Latinx, and I'll explain that that's Latino. And people look at me and go, huh? So it was really a small group that's using it. And I think what I always do is just ask people what they prefer. But I just wanted to make that it's gender inclusive, but it's not Latino inclusive.
Right. And so before we launch into a long conversation about the varying nomenclature to identify for folks to self-identify, which is such an important conversation, definitely one on college campuses where I teach and work. Send suggestions to Commissioner Yee. I'm sure he will be happy to add them in. I think there's plenty of terms that could probably still be added, and it sounds like he's more than happy to include them. So with that, if there's nothing more from the mapping playbook, we will be moving on. We've got a whole bunch more to do here, and we are up against a break at 5 p.m. The sense is that we would take a 15-minute mandatory break at 5 p.m. and then come back at 5:15 and finish off hopefully till 6, which is what we have told to staff to complete the rest of our meeting for today. We are still on agenda item number 4, subcommittee updates. I'm going to go back to Finance and Administration, who we had skipped earlier. I think they have something for our consideration.
Okay, sorry, I missed my cue. Yes, so for the Finance and Admin, we just have one action item today. We did, Executive Director Hernandez did forward an application and all the information for a budget officer, and Commissioner Fornashari and I, as part of this Finance and Administration Subcommittee, have reviewed the qualifications as well as the duty statement, and we are moving this forward for approval by the Commission. So I'm making a motion to move forward with the hiring of the budget officer position.
I second. Oh.
Very good. Commissioner Toledo, did you have discussion, or were you trying to second?
No, I was just going to second, but I got beat by Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, no, she was on it. She was on it. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, we will go to public comment on this motion. I see Katie has joined us. Hi, Katie.
I apologize.
No worries, no
I was
worries.
installing a camera. All right. We'll go to.
Yeah, so it's comment on the motion on agenda item number 4, Finance and Administration.
Perfect. Got it. The Commission will now be taking public comment on motion on the floor for agenda item number 4, the Finance Committee, Finance and Audit Committee. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter a meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. We do not have anyone in the queue at this time, and we'll let you know when the instructions are complete.
Very good. While we wait, any discussion from commissioners on this topic? And Alvaro, do you have motion language ready to go? And while Alvaro is queuing that up, I wanted to thank the Finance and Administration Subcommittee for their work on this. Really great.
And the instructions are complete, Chair, and we do not have anyone in the queue at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. I think Alvaro, with that, we can go to the vote.
Sinai. Commissioner Sinai?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Abstain.
Commissioner Lamons? Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Wonderful. And with those two motions that we just passed, it was a helpful reminder for me that I wanted to give a warm welcome back to Commissioner Taylor, who had been missing for a couple of days, and I'm really excited to have you back. Let's see. We are still on agenda item number 4. We have Legal Affairs Committee. Commissioner Yee, anything from Legal Affairs at this time?
I believe Commissioner Toledo is the chair this month.
Thank you.
And I'm going to defer to Commissioner or to Director Payne, because I believe he's working on the contracting portions, to see if he has any updates.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Just a quick update. We're in the process of hopefully finalizing the Gibson and Dunn litigation contract. We provided the a counter, and then we are going to hopefully finalize these negotiations very soon, and we will obviously bring back a final document to the Commission. The Strumwasser and Wutcher contract is a little bit further along, though hasn't been finalized yet, but that one, at least under current pace, stands to hopefully be finalized first. That's the update I have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Chief Counsel Payne. And finally, we have the Security Subcommittee Commissioners Fornashari and Taylor.
Thank you. Before I start, I also want to fangirl out on Commissioner Yee and his document that he put together. Never heard that expression before, but well done.
I love your fan girling out. Thank you.
Let's see. A few weeks ago, when we gave guidance to the staff to put together the meetings for draft map input, we directed them to not allow screen sharing. But in retrospect, there may be certain situations where screen sharing might be more efficient and effective way to go. And so I want to put forward a motion that we give the staff latitude to allow presenters to share their screens during our district map input meetings.
And I'll second that motion.
Excellent. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none. Katie, I think we're ready to go to public comment again. Alvaro, were you able to capture the language of the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Wonderful.
The Commission will now take public comment on a motion on the floor in regards to sharing your screen during upcoming meetings. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call and instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do not have anyone in the queue at this time, and I will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Wonderful. Thanks, Katie. Commissioner Kennedy.
I was trying to hit another button and hit this one by mistake. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Any additional comments from commissioners while we wait for the live stream to catch up? We've had a long week. I really appreciate everybody's energy and enthusiasm throughout the week. Hopefully everyone gets a chance to take a little bit of a break this weekend. Commissioner Kitagawa?
So just, I think partially for clarity for the public as well too. So the staff is going to create the, I guess the I don't know, the framework by which presenters will be sharing their screens, like, you know, under what conditions or other things like that. Okay, I see Commissioner Fornaciari nodding his head. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I purposely left it open to allow the staff to design it as they feel appropriate. I didn't want to be too specific so I didn't want to tie their hands.
Instructions are complete, Chair, and we do not have anyone in the queue.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Katie. Alvaro, I think we're ready for the vote.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Sinai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Hernandez. I was very kindly reminded that we had not, prior to our lunch break, we were still on the lessons learned subcommittee, and there had been 2 hands raised. I believe one of them was Commissioner Sinai. I actually apologize. I didn't capture who the other one was. So if you recall that conversation and still wanted to make a comment, please feel free. We can go back to that lessons learned subcommittee report and discussion before we close out this agenda item. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you. I just wanted to, you had made a joke, Chair, that Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Ahmed were going to be really busy with the Lessons Learned Committee, but I do see that as something they're holding the agenda for what we're doing the final 8 years of our appointment, and so I want you all to know that we're here with you all, and I'm constantly excited about all the different things we can work on. As you know, it's a 10-year not commitment to draw maps, but I don't want you to feel like you're alone. That you have us with you on that part of it. You're just the agenda holder. It's kind of like in Harry Potter, where they take the wand and they take the memories and they put it in a pond or a container. I feel like you're holding all our memories for us, and then at the end we can pull them out and get to work.
Thank you. Commissioner Aquin.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, Commissioner Sinai, don't you worry about that. I will definitely be leaning on all of you for that massive list that keeps growing in lessons learned to help us prioritize what we do want to try to tackle for the next 10 years, or 8 years now, I guess.
Very good. Thank you so much. With that, I think we have concluded this subcommittee report. Anthony, do we need to take additional public comment on the subcommittee reports?
If we haven't taken public comment for the
Yeah.
entire agenda item, we'll need to do that.
All right, let's do it, Katie.
I can help you with that, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Katie's
Here I
just-
am.
Oh, thank you. No problem.
Sorry, I froze. Here I am.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
All right.
So this would be general public comment on agenda item number 4.
Perfect. The commission will now take a public comment on agenda item number 4. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do not have anyone in the queue at this time, and I'll let you know when the instructions are complete.
While we're waiting, I just wanted to remind everyone, especially that might be out there watching or listening, about the many ways that they can contact us. I know we've started to receive a lot of emails to commissioners. Any email that gets sent to us does get posted, so you're just as well off sending it to the Voters First Act email address. So I just wanted to offer that reminder to folks.
And those instructions are complete on the stream, Chair.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Commissioner Ahmed, did you have another comment?
Sorry, lower my head.
No worries. Okay, so with that, why don't we get started in the 12 minutes that we have with the line drawer subcommittee, Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani. And Commissioner Anderson has been working on the calendar for this time period. We had discussed it at length last time. She went back and made a lot of changes, as prepared to share them with you. Commissioner Anderson?
Great, thank you. In the handout, you will see this calendar. I'm going to share the screen with you, I hope, and walk you through it. Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. So, make mine small. So here we have, what I've done here is, everything is, as we've sort of seen it before, here we are right here on our meeting day. Next week, we're doing visualizations. This is our business meeting, and then we have our public district map input. In order to hit, actually I'm going to switch to the next month. The purpose of this map was to move from draft maps on the 12th to move it to the 10th. And I talked with length with the line drawers, say, how can we do that? What do we need to do? And we went through all the different ideas and calendars and things. And basically what we need to do is we need to move these 3 days. Okay, first of all, color-wise, the blue, the reds, the greens, those are all on the old calendar, with this exception here, this red one. And the tan or kind of gray color, that is the proposed change. So basically taking these 3 days, which we are going to be doing the drawing, and then the line drawers are going to be putting it all together and getting it posted so it would post here. We need to move those up a day. And then that requires this week to move up a day, and going back to October, This is the same week in November. So this week to also move up a day. That is the proposal. It does not affect the public input map meetings. That's still there. The only other changes we would discuss is having the line drawing or the visualizations move from the 28, 29, 30 up one day would kick our business meeting potentially to Saturday the 30th. Or, if we wanted, move it to Monday, the November 1st. But we do have a meeting this week. I don't, I'm not sure what we want to do there, but I did want to bring that up. So at this point, what I'd like to do is, those are the changes in here. Well, actually, and then one other change, what I will do is going back to November. If we, making this the draft maps, posting draft maps, I have in red here the public input days, just not knowing what the committee was going to come up with. I would then change this to reflect what we are doing. But then, from then on, I would leave the calendar as is, which going to December puts us doing the finish, declaring maps final on the 20th, certifying, quote, the 24th, which actually ends up having it, we might have to meet or something on the 27th, too, since the 24th is actually a holiday. So leaving the December map calendar intact, going back to November, it would move the 8, 9, 10 meetings up to 7, 8, 9. Also the 10th, we would remove the 12th. We would not have a meeting on the 12th. We already talked about these 2 weeks in terms of what we would be doing in these 2 weeks. And then going to, on the 2nd, moving from the 3, 4, 5, moving to 2, 3, 4, potentially moving a meeting to November 1st, which again is this week, from the Saturday the 30th. So that's what I would propose doing. And I'd like to discuss any of that, and I'd like to see like a motion to accept the changes and move on with the calendar once we decide what we want to do with that business meeting. So, any discussion?
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Anderson, and for your work leading this effort. I do see a hand or two. Let's get started in this conversation, and then at 5 o'clock we will pause for a 15-minute break. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah. Commissioner, I guess I don't know if it's necessary to do a December calendar. It looks like it's every single day December is going to be taken up, so maybe that was why. I think for me, I would like to advocate or recommend that we do meet on Saturday the 30th, I think just in alignment with that full week. I'll be honest, since there is a lot of work that we're going to be doing in between, I think just having an open weekday would be helpful to have, especially as we get into a time where there's going to be a lot more weekdays taken up. So that's one recommendation that I would have. The other, I guess, question, and I guess I need some clarity on this, is what is the difference? Well, there's 2 questions. One, what kind of time frame are you going to be recommending in terms of start and end time? And then the other question I have is, what is the difference? If you can, Commissioner Anderson, could you move to maybe it was November? What is? Okay. Okay. The part where you say line drawers create visualizations, is that going to be with us in meetings? I'm just trying to understand that as well too. I understand the 29th, 30th, and that time frame, but the line drawers create visualizations. Does that mean they're going to go off and work without us, and so we're not meeting? I think I'm just trying to get a sense of what our schedule is going to look like.
Thank you for bringing. That's a really good point. The reason I put this down here is so people will understand what's actually happening. It doesn't look like, oh, there's a blank here, nothing's going on. The red sort of is basically sort of for us. This kind of a salmony color, or I'm not sure what, purplish. That is when the line drawers are actually putting all that stuff together for us. And now I actually, if we go to December, one thing that you will note is from the 12th on, or is it from the 12th? I can't actually see the last day. Basically, or is it the 11th? Because I'm sharing the screen, but I'm still on Zoom, I can't actually see the 11th on my calendar.
Yeah, 11.
The 11th is red, or, okay. So from the 11th on until we have finished, that's all live line drawing, which is different. Right now, we're showing that the line drawers are showing us maps. We're talking about maps. We're not actually moving lines. From the 11th on, we'll be moving lines. So that will be, and in terms of the time frame for going back now to these particular meetings, the 27, 28, 29, 2, 3, 4, and 7, 8, 9, I'm imagining we will do the same kind of time frame what we've been doing lately in terms of the first day probably starts at 1 to give people time to travel. And we might do like Thursdays, since we do have some conflicts, Thursdays might start like at 11, something like that is what I'm imagining. But I did not put times into this. I thought we'd work that out with staff.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, just if you recall, if you go to November, the 20th is a meeting day. We decided today that we would meet on the 20th. So we'll get it, but just want you to have it on your map or your calendar.
Yeah, I would move, I would correct from the 15th to the 24th to match what we talked about today.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for working on all this. For me, it would be helpful when we finalize it if we could identify if it's like in LA or if it's in Sacramento, just so that I know for future. And then prior to the release of the draft maps, I just see visualizations the whole time. Aren't we doing some live line drawing also prior to the draft maps? Because I'm just, that was my understanding, that we would be doing some, I mean, because visualizations aren't going to get us to a draft map eventually. So I'd like to see that in there too when we actually do like the live line drawing prior to the release of our draft maps. Thank you.
Sarah, do you want to take that one on, or?
My impression was that yes, we are doing live line drawing, but I don't know if you had a different thought on that in that first week of November.
That basically this next week we're going to start seeing like sections of areas, and they're going to go back and then put all their input into it. In terms of let's see, I'm in November now. I don't know if we are going to be doing the 7th. It sort of depends on how quickly the next 2 weeks go. If we're doing live here, actually, these probably will. The 7, 8, 9, there probably will be some live, actually. It's just the live takes a lot longer because you have to move the line and then see how that changes things and move the line again. So that's why I'm hesitating on this. But I didn't actually specifically ask that direct question.
Yeah,
so
and I agree. I think a part of it depends on how the earlier weeks go.
It
right?
does.
If we are down to 2 visualizations of much of the state that we can kind of work together, we might have it, right? But if we need to be in live session figuring it out, we will. I see a number of hands still. I'm seeing Commissioners Kennedy, Akutagawa, and Fernandez in that order. But we are up against a 15-minute break. So let's pause here. I'm actually going to need to take off At this time, Commissioner Toledo is going to stand in for me as chair. I will call in, I'll be driving, but Commissioner Toledo has kindly said he would step in for me. So thank you very much for that. And with that, we'll take a 15-minute break.
Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are on this line drawing committee. We are considering the calendar for October. Is it not October, November? Yes. And at this point, we have 3 commissioners waiting to give comments. We'll start with Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that the October-November calendars were posted on the website, but the December calendar doesn't seem to have made it. So if that could be posted as soon as possible, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
the December calendar is the same one that you received, that was up last time. It has not changed.
Even so, for the convenience of the public and everyone, if the December calendar could be posted along with the others so that there's a complete set.
Yeah, as soon as changes are made, the whole thing will be published.
Thank you. With that, let's move to Commissioner Fernandez.
Me?
Yes, you're on cue.
I had my hand up. It's going to come to me soon. Oh, yes. When we were talking about live line drawing before the draft maps, I think like my...
Yes.
Yeah. So my frustration, I think, would be if we don't do line drawing and then we continue to give visualizations, then we don't get to see those until like 1 or 2 days later. And I think it would help us move along faster if we were able to do the live line drawing before. Thank you.
I checked because, yes, we are doing 7, 8, 9 is live line drawing. And part of 10 if we need to.
Great. Any other comment? I know Commissioner Kutagawa had her hand up, but she is out of the office at the moment, so she'll be back in a couple of minutes. Any other comments in the meantime? Oh, sorry. Just saw Vasquez and Turner.
Are we, or can we, while we're figuring out times, Ravi's calendar invites are so helpful. And so if we could just hold the dates via our commission calendars, that would be great. And then we can edit those when we finalize times. But if we could get dates held on our calendars ASAP, that would be awesome.
That's a great suggestion, Commissioner Vasquez. We'll go to Commissioner Turner.
Yes, on the November map with the addition of 7, 8, 9, and it says alternate full CRC, and then the 10th, you said yes, as needed, and it says alternate draft maps. Is that the same thing, or, because the wording's different, is it the same thing or is it a different function that day?
Actually, it's you see on the 12th it says draft maps.
Alternate to that.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
But it's in red because it's sort of a red letter day. So, that's the reason it's that color. But it would be taking it from the 12th, which was the original proposal, moving it to the 10th.
I remember.
So the 12th would no longer be a meeting. And I'm sorry. And also, you notice how we have the full CRC meeting on the 12th. That is a meeting to make sure we are voting on the maps. So when we have that. We might be line drawing as well, but it's, essentially the 7th through the 10th are meeting days.
Okay.
Okay, I see Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. And I've just been thinking, I know it's shocking, but I've been thinking about our locations when we go from Sacramento and then we said Southern California. I think at this point, because it doesn't seem like we're going to Southern California too many times, but even if we are, for me personally, it makes more sense just to go to the same location every time. For me, having to learn a new location each time is a little bit challenging. And just knowing that these meetings will probably go long, I would like being familiar with my surroundings. So I know the Sacramento meetings will be held here at headquarters, I believe. Correct, Executive Director Hernandez? Yeah?
At least through October, we have it secured. We are working on the following month.
Okay. And I was just thinking for Southern California, it'd be nice to have the similar or same location area, just for my sanity and safety, security, and all the other good stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Any other comment on the calendar?
Sorry, so the idea of the 30th or November 1st to I've only heard one, leave it on the 30th. Is there any consensus on that? The business meeting? Going back to the October? Yes. See, we had our business meeting on the 27th and then 3 days of line drawing, 28, 29, 30. We're moving the visualizations up a day, so that would put our business meeting on Saturday the 30th.
Commissioner Fernandez, did you have a comment on that?
I don't mind moving it to the 30th, but I would prefer if it was earlier in the morning instead of at 1 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, it appears that we'd have a meeting regardless. Or you also mentioned the possibility of maybe moving it to November 1st. Was that correct?
I did, and Commissioner Kutagawa spoke up, said she preferred leaving it on the 30th. But yes, in these weeks, we're having 4 or 5 days, 3 to 4 days in a row. The first meeting would be the sort of starting at 1. The last meeting, with a couple of exceptions, would be starting earlier. So it would not start just late on that day.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Turner after that.
Can we stay away from trying to figure out the exact times? Because staff has kind of come up with a good system because they've spoken to those of us who need to travel and all of that.
Right.
And if we can just worry more about the dates and does it look right and are we in the right path? And then the times, as we have said in the past, give that to staff.
Commissioner Turner?
I just wanted to agree with, I think you said, Commissioner Kutagawa, I would definitely not prefer to put it on Monday, and we already have it scheduled for Saturday. I'd like to leave it on Saturday. So for those that are bivocational, those 1 day at least a week is needed.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, do we have a motion? Any commissioner want to make a motion to move this item forward? Commissioner Anderson.
I will move to accept the calendar with the modifications, the alternate modification dates proposed, and the correction of the changes for the week from the after the draft maps per the other meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Fernandez seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Turner, did you have your hand raised? No? Okay, so we will go to public comment. Katie, can you open up the line?
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on the motion on the floor for the ongoing calendar. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. Now we do have a caller in the queue, caller with the last 42448. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Peter Cannon. I want to make 3 observations from your deliberations. First, it is good you are experimenting and looking at different options. By considering different options and sometimes getting things wrong, you will know when you get things right. There are hard choices and decisions ahead, and you will have to tell someone with a legitimate concern that their concerns cannot be accommodated. In a time of hyperdivisions, exploring and discussing various positions is the only way the 14 of you will come together. Second, beware the paradox of choice, or as I call it, the Netflix experience. Many of us are guilty of spending hours surfing thousands of options on TV without ever watching a show. Next week, you should start expressing preferences, narrowing, and refining, not just adding more shows to the watch list. Otherwise, you may never press play and see the show. Third, ensure all voices are heard. You have done well in listening to the public. Now make sure that all commissioner voices are heard. At a few points, only 1 or 2 voices dominated the conversation for large portions of the state. As commissioners have said, it is important the loudest or last voice doesn't win. That applies not only to the public, but to the 14 of you as well. These observations are offered as refinement, not criticisms. Your hard work is appreciated. Thank you for taking on this difficult job.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cannon. With that, I'm going to open it up for general comment, as this is the last item on our agenda today. So, Katie, can you please open up for general comment in case, or just give, let people know that they can call in to give any comment on any item for today.
Got it. Okay. I'll read the instructions again. One moment. All righty. The commission will now take general public comment for items not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 819-9566-8446 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we do not have anyone in the queue for the general public comment, Chair.
Thank you. We'll keep waiting for a couple minutes while we get the motion for this particular item up on the screen. Commissioner Anderson, does this motion look correct to you? And I see that we are getting a call in for comment, so.
Do you have a caller? Caller 4820. I have a couple of callers. Caller 4820, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. There you go. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Pastor William D. Smart, Jr. I'm the president and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference of Southern California. And that's the organization that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. started. And one of the issues that we worked on was redistricting along with voting. This whole process is something that, as you know, comes under the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and I'm sure you have talked about that. This is my first time on it because I have been working with the city on all of theirs, making sure that's right. But I'm concerned, so I'm calling to implore you to respect the African American community in Los Angeles. First, your map split off communities south of the Santa Monica Freeway and put them in downtown. I saw that on page 32. Then there were requests to split off Inglewood to put with Santa Monica on page 22, split off Hawthorne and Gardena to put with Rancho Palos Verdes, page 23, and split off Carson to put with Long Beach, page 26. These would leave large chunks of the community in districts where African Americans would no longer be able to elect the candidates of their choice.
30 seconds.
The Voting Rights Act was passed by the activists of the African American community. Please keep us
Sir, you
moving
might want to see
forward.
if you hit the mute button on your telephone.
We can hear you. Please continue.
Okay. So now that, and so the SCLC and our affiliates will be participating. We're getting ready to have a meeting because we're concerned about the direction, and we're hoping that that will change, and you will not get rid of important voting blocks in this state. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Pastor Smart. I'm encouraging you to continue the process as no decisions have been made at this point. All we have is visualizations, and encourage all Californians to give their input on the visualizations and the line drawing process as we get to those stages. Next caller.
This time we have caller 1440. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Fernando Guerra. I am a professor of political science and a professor of Chicano studies at Loyola Marymount University. I have written extensively on redistricting and the impact it has on the incorporation of previously excluded groups. Just some quick information. About 100% of all congressional seats ever won by African Americans were first won by an African American in the election immediately following a redistricting. 95% of all congressional seats won by Latinos, same thing. 100% of all state Senate seats won by African Americans, same thing. I can go on and on. Redistricting plays a role in the incorporation of previously excluded groups in California. So that is clear. I think you guys know that. I just wanted to frame my comments on that data. Number two is inclusive democracy. I believe California, with all of its recent laws and experience in the electoral reforms, is the most inclusive democracy in the United States right now, given its laws that it changed and incorporated. You, as you are well aware, and the commission are part of this inclusive democracy, and reapportionment plays a role. One of the important things is that when people are represented, Latinos, African Americans, they have a higher participation rate. You creating and maintaining as many African American and Latino districts will add to the inclusivity of our democracy. You are a part of that. There's no way we would ever have expected the turnout we had in September 14th when you realized it was higher than the representation.
Time.
Thank you, Professor Guerra. And the commission has over and over again committed itself to fair maps, or fairer maps. I think that's some of the language that I've seen commissioners use, and certainly our commitment to the VRA has been mentioned over and over again. Next caller, please.
We have caller 3818. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. This is Grace Gardner calling from the Black Hub, and I just wanted to let you know that on behalf of the Black Hub and of over a dozen other organizations, we sent you a letter regarding the racially polarized voting analysis process and the closed session discussions that have been taking place. We hope that you'll take a look at that letter and really consider it. We just wanted to raise that for you now, since it'll be a while before your next official business meeting. Additionally, I wanted to get a little bit more clarity on map presentations. I called in before with a few questions. We have, just like you, a team that is all over the state of California, and several of those people will be part of that map presentation. And so we need a little bit of guidance from you on how that will work logistically, since we cannot all physically be in the same room. Thank you so much for all of your hard work on this, and I look forward to all of the meetings to come.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner, for the letter and for your comments, and we will be working on the details for presentations, and more to come soon. Next caller, please.
That's all of our callers at this time, Chair.
I see Director Kaplan has her hand up.
If you wanted me to address that,
if you can do it quickly, just because we have a
yes, the presenters are allowed to have multiple people presenting, and the sign-up form is now closed. But if you can send us an email to the voters' first email with the additional people that would be presenting from your submission, their email address and phone number. So that was allowed in the form for the submissions that went in, and they would be provided with separate links for the presentation.
Thank you, Director Kaplan. And with that, I believe all public comment has been captured. Is that correct, Katie?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. So with that, we'll go to a vote. Director Hernandez, can you please present the motion on the table?
Yes, Chair. The motion to accept alternate modification dates proposed and the corrections of the days after the draft maps. So if that is okay, we will begin the vote. Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee. Okay. Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Abstain.
And Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Does this require a special vote?
No, it does not.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you. Well, that will conclude today's business meeting. We do have meetings scheduled for October 13th, October 14th, October 15th, October 20th, October 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, November 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 30th. The information is up on our website, as well as district map input meetings on October 21st, October 22nd, and October 23rd. It's going to be a great month, lots of good work to be done, and I see the energy is going to pick up as we move forward. So thank you so much, California, for joining us, and thank you to the commissioners and our chair, Commissioner Chair Sadwani, and staff for hosting us here in Sacramento. Thank you again, and have a good evening and weekend. Thank you.